The new Modus Super Series champion.
Yes! What a finish!
The silencer, Jeff Smith. And it is. That shot wins week 6.
Maximum checkout.
He's done it.
Please, Richard, please. Get out, Glenn. Get out. Superb for the Swedes. A must-take opportunity. Double 14. And that is what the enigmatic man can do.
The cherry on the cake. Oh, yes.
On the third leg, Damien Grimes.
Wowzers.
The hopes are flickering. Well, that's majestic from McEwan.
McEwan.
Back against the wall.
What's so sure about that, Terry? Good decision, Terence.
Somebody's been reading the Jose de Souza playbook. Two sessions for you on this Friday afternoon, and we get underway with Group C, where two players will make it through to finals night tomorrow evening. Welcome along to the South Coast, and welcome along to all the action which is being brought to you live this afternoon on Pluto TV. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome along to the action come the end of play today. We'll know the 6 players that have qualified through to tomorrow night's finale. Jimmy Van Schie, the 4-time weekly champion, is already there. He's looking to match Steve West's tally of 5, and if he does so, he will become a 5-star performer in this building. Okay. How many stars do you give your performances here?
6.
6? Is that because that don't exist?
That's my answer. I'm sticking by it.
Well, you stick by whatever answer you want. Let's talk about the week so far, shall we? Jimmy Van Schie won Group A. Fair to say yesterday, if anything, his strength to win the week was bolstered.
Yeah, well, it's interesting you say that because it felt like a little bit of a slow burner, certainly Group C, but we've been number crunching this morning. The numbers are excellent. You know, high 80 averages, excellent on the doubles, lots of 180s, the 170 finish. So maybe we did a little bit of a disservice, really, and yeah, and last night there was some quality in there, but yeah, I think Jimmy Van Schie will be feeling confident.
Well, last night Group B did get underway. This is how the table looks following the first night of it. Lewis Gurney at the top of the table, 6 points to his name, and you have to say he looked really impressive.
Well, we got Group C right. We felt that, you know, there was a good value for bet there, but we felt that Lewis Gurney might be the whipping boy, really, in the sense that he didn't really speak a good game. Looking at his stats at the recent development tour, it didn't give us a lot of confidence. But he opened up a wonderful victory, and then he just kicked on from there. He was excellent, and 3 wins out of 4 was exactly what the young man deserved.
So he is top of Group B. That gets underway tonight from 10 o'clock in the evening. This afternoon, we culminate Group C. It's Terry Nash that leads the way. And actually, if you break down his numbers for yesterday, he was just remarkably consistent from first start to last.
Yeah, consistent's a good shout. I think he just maybe a few more 180s, maybe some more power scoring to come from him. His doubles were well over 40% as well. He handled the pressure very well. And as you can see, I questioned on the 1-2-4. I don't think I've seen the treble 20, so maybe a little bit of his board management. But he comes here with bags of confidence. It's the ADC story. He's doing a lot of vaults, a lot of the word champion by his name, and he's bringing that confidence onto that stage.
Jim McEwan, slowly but surely getting himself back to his best. We kind of said about Steve West yesterday, but you look at some of the numbers this year, look at some of the things he's won this year. He's beginning to get back to the player we saw 2-3 years ago.
I think he is, despite the fact he finished bottom of Group A, but that was a bizarre group anyway. Last time I was here, I was concerned that his throw was breaking down. Far from it yesterday. He looked really solid. His concentration levels are up there with the best. A proven winner here, a series winner. I think his experience today could get him through.
Right, let's have a look at the odds. And actually, Terry and Jim can't be separated in terms of what the bookies say. They are both 7-4 on. Grimes at 9-2, Hans 15-2, Johan and Richard the two outsiders. And I suppose, really, is it pick your horse between Jim and Terry?
I think so. If there's one person who I think could go through the card, it's Dan Hans, and that's only because he's the type of player where he's a flair player. But I am concerned when he gets into the nitty-gritty. He's not great in the trenches, starts beating himself up a little bit. I think it'll be hard to dislodge the top two.
Is it unfair to say sometimes he could be a little bit all or nothing?
Yeah, and that's something he's going to have to look into his game. I did speak to a few of his friends yesterday, and they confirmed what my real thoughts are. His skills and abilities are sound, but that's when your attributes, and he should be really looking at Jim McEwan about just working really hard, that never say die attitude. He needs that part of his game.
18 plus, gamblerware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Our first game sees the top two in the table go head-to-head as Terry Nash takes on Jim McEwan, and earlier on this morning, Glenn caught up with Terry.
Terry, 4 wins out of 5 yesterday. You must have been absolutely delighted with that start.
Yeah, I couldn't ask for a better start, to be honest. I really enjoyed it as well.
It looks like a lot of your success is based on your ADC, especially the vaults as well. I see the word champion by your name an awful lot. Is that something that's really made you match sharp for this week?
Yeah, definitely. There's lots of vaults, lots of players to beat, so I enjoy out every day of the week, so can't beat that.
14-1 to top the group this week. We did identify you as excellent value for money. Did you pick up on that and think, I've got a chance to win this group?
I just took every game as it comes. That's all you can do in a game like this, and that's what we'll do today as well.
And in the list of priorities, where does the Modus Super Series stand for you?
Top of the ranking at the moment. I just want to try and get to Saturday, possibly win it.
How's it been backstage? Good camaraderie between the guys?
Yeah, we're all having a bit of a laugh, a bit of a giggle.
And just finally, opening game, Jim McEwan. You must identify that's a really important game for you. A win there puts you in with a real good chance of qualification.
Yeah, definitely. That, like I said, every game as it comes, that's the first task. Try and win that game.
Terry, you were excellent yesterday. Good luck today.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
So Terry Nash takes on Jim McEwan in the opening game of the session here at the Live Lounge in Ports. Of the top two in the group going head-to-head for Terry. If he wins this one, he can move 4 points clear of everybody else in the table, and importantly, 4 points clear of Jim McEwan. The 37-year-old from Wales, a former runner-up in the past, that coming back in Series 8 in the middle of last year when he lost to Neil Duff in the final. Up against Jim McEwan, the 58-year-old from Maybole in Scotland, a former series champion back in the November 2023. He was handed the trophy by Luke Littler, who was the choice defending champion at that particular moment in time. A win for him in this opening one, then it would mean that the top two would all be on 8. There'd be a possibility that actually we could have 4 players tied on 8 points at the top of the group following the first round's worth of fixtures. It could be a case of things being wrapped up quite quickly or things being quite dramatic as the day came towards an end. George Baker is the man in charge of all the action on this Friday. Terry Nash first up to the hockey. Glenn Durrant with me in commentary. And yesterday, Terry Nash was just ultra consistent from the first start to the last.
Yeah, good afternoon, Henry, and good afternoon, everybody. Yes, part of me is like, it's a bit of a shame the top two are meeting in the first game. It would be nice to look down the itinerary and sort of see this game as maybe the last game, the penultimate game. But for Terry Nash, a win here to move to 10 points and arguably the toughest game over and done with. And you have to say, he started absolutely beautiful. It was a pretty routine victory over Jim late yesterday afternoon. And if he can get the double over him, then Nash will be looking good for qualification.
For Jim McEwan, this is probably the perfect game to have first off, because if he wins it, he moves level on points. Yes, if he loses it, he moves 4 behind, but he'd still have the rest of the day to try and make that particular bit of ground up.
Yeah, he can be really unstoppable on that stage, Jim. And I think for a lot of the players who come from the Group A like Jim has, and it can seem like a long week when it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but when you get to Friday, it's almost like you're thinking, right, the competition almost starts now, and he's progressively got better. Yes. So you just need to double check here, Terry.
126.
But you have to say, with the darts, Henry, This is exactly what you're hoping for a start. Potential 13 darter.
Yeah, tots after 12 with the throw, forcing the issue of McEwan right from the get-go in this contest.
41. Terry, you require 40.
Proper darts. Will it be a proper start? He loves double top.
20.
But that's not for the first time. It's interesting, Henry, when he's got 3 darts in hand on that tops and tens. I think I've counted 4 or 5 times he's missed that with 1 dart in hand. He's been incredible. He can't mess about anymore now.
126. Terry, you require
McEwan
20.
has done the set-up turn that Terry Nash did a couple of
Game shot, the
visits
first
ago,
leg,
but
Nash.
Terry will pick up the pieces eventually a double 10 to take a 1-0 lead in this contest.
Second leg is Jim to throw first. Game on.
You've played in the vault yourself now, Henry. I mean, they just seem to be like a staple part for a lot of players now to get themselves prepared for competitions. Sometimes I can disagree with the best of 3 stuff, but Terry Nash is that classic
100.
one where he has come here with bags of confidence because what the vaults have done for him.
I think played in the vaults might be a step a bit too far. Participate
41.
is probably the appropriate word.
I've got the photo evidence of your averages when I require and when needed. Actually, it was a fair response from you. I think you said I'd still have took a leg off you, Glenn.
Yeah. But no, the vault system,
140.
and I've played it in 1 or 2, is fantastic for particularly for players that want to be ambitious. They want to see, actually,
59.
do I want to try this? Am I good enough? They can test themselves in a way which is perhaps easier than it is going and travelling. You know, you can go to a local club, you play loads of games, quick fire, you learn a lot about yourself. And the other thing you find as well is you're constantly playing.
100.
Because it's short format, because it's round robin. Like sometimes you'll know if you go to a local tournament, you could play a first round game, then wait an hour before you play your next match. You're on the board, off the board, on the board, off
Jim,
the
you
board.
require 161.
Absolutely spot on. Great start from the pair of them now. It was
114.
nearly a great start to a magnificent start because Terry, despite the fact of missed doubles, it was a lovely opening leg.
85.
It's
Jim,
a
you
long,
require
long way
47.
back. So McEwan looking good to level up.
Tops it is. And
Game
tops
shot
has
in the
got,
second leg,
we have a
Jim
level game
McEwan.
at 1 apiece. Cannot separate the top 2 so far. I
Third
think the
leg is
biggest
Terry
trait in
to
terms
throw
of Terry's
first.
performance
Game
is
on.
the range inside it, because there wasn't really much. His average for the day, 88.02 for the session.
95.
His highest average was 91.21, not spraying too far above the average of averages, which is telling you that he is playing at a streamlined level. You kind of know what you're going to get from him game in, game out.
180.
There's one thing you can't buy though, and that's experience, and it was just something that we talked about in the introduction to this Group C. And you have to say, Jim McEwan looks
60.
ultra focused right now. We talked about Dan Hands as he's maturing as a player. He could learn a lot by watching this man. The replication, the pace, the rhythm, everything is in the style of Jim McEwan. That's why he's a proven winner.
100.
And he knows when to put the foot on the tiller. He knows when to do the right things. Neil Duff says it a lot. In this tournament, it's all about peaking at the right time. It's okay playing good stuff on Monday, but that
140.
becomes an absolute irrelevance if you don't show the best at the latter end of the week. McEwan is the type of animal that knows, regardless of what happens in a Group A, you've got to peak Friday, Saturday time, which is probably why, actually, you see a lot of players that go and win Group A, have those couple of days off, stall, and don't
81.
succeed on the Saturday.
And it's the same in the commentary box as well. You know, we're going to have 13 world champions in the comms box Saturday night. You know, you peak at the best.
46.
I understand you've been
Jim,
dropped
you
Saturday
require
night, is that correct?
140.
There's 13 World Championships between the 3 of us, and Trina's doing the heavy lifting. Another. Couldn't find, and so Nash looking to sink his teeth into a 160 finish.
82. Terry, you require 160.
Everything went perfectly well yesterday for Terry. And a lot of that was down to the
100.
fact they had a
Jim, you
nice
require
opening
58.
start. Whereas today, to start against Jim McEwan, who's looking pretty ferocious until that dart. No reaction. It's only going to be the one dart at double top. Big dart. Big
Game
player,
shot,
big
the third
moment.
leg, Jim McEwan.
Yeah, that could be a real tight turn. And McEwan moves 2-1 up in this opening contest of the afternoon.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on. $93.
Big night of darts. Elsewhere as well, the start of the World Series of Darts Finals in Amsterdam. I've been on social media and they're all travelling over.
140.
I'm not jealous, sat in here with Henry.
Where else would you want to be, Glenn? Where else would you want to be? Probably anywhere, to be perfectly honest.
Amsterdam for a start.
Or anywhere. Oh, that was Rotterdam, wasn't it?
100.
But you're in the beautiful south of England.
$100.
Yeah, Stephen Bunting, the #1 seed, having picked up a number of titles on the World Series circuit this year. That probably will come to an end as soon as we come on air later on tonight here on Pluto TV.
Just needs to check the score there after the two treble 18s. McEwan's looking really good, averaging 99 at the moment.
95.
What do you give for 140 right now? And he's going to get 6 from here because Nash unintentionally can't leave himself on a finish.
We talked about this last dart here.
60.
The way he's able to just bash through those two because they looked like there was no route into that treble 20. So it just opens the door slightly ajar for Terry.
65.
Again,
Jim, you
a
require
questionable decision with the
120.
last one. The bullseye is often used so many times. Personally, I don't see the benefit that time for going for the bull. Might be irrelevant anyway. Because McEwan is climbing the ladder.
100.
Couldn't
Terry,
find
you
tops.
require
And so
101.
Nash to square this game up at 2-2. Treble 20, double 18. Not to be, and so McEwan's going to get 3 more
Jim,
to
you
move 2
require
clear.
20.
It's almost like you can't say that all black dart, black point, black barrel.
10.
Can't find the red bit. Just opens the door
Terry,
once
you
again for
require
Terry Nash.
71.
Well, the problem he had with that last dart there is because he Robin Hooded himself with dart 2, it would have given him less target area to have seen.
51.
But Terry Nash
Jim, you
misses a dart
require
at top
10.
to level up at 2-2. McEwan looking for 3-1. It really would leave Terry in a bit of a mash. But
No
he
score.
is 2 from
Terry, you
11 on the
require
doubles.
20.
He's looked a better player throughout for me, Jim McEwan. It was a good start by Terry Nash. Just looking a little fidgety right now. Just lacked a
No
little bit of
score.
composure there, Terry.
Jim, you require 10.
Is this where experience and relative inexperience comes into play in moments like this? McEwan's been there, done it, worn the T-shirt on oh so many occasions. Okay, he's won things in the... Oh,
no
my.
score.
Well, I say experience. Well, that was
Terry,
a
you require
slack dart from
20.
Chucky.
Wow, incredible.
Game shot in the
Smack
fourth
bang in the
leg,
middle,
Terry
what a-
Nash.
22 dart, break of throw.
Fifth leg is Terry to
You
throw
don't
first.
often see the shake of the head
Game
there
on.
from Jim McEwan. Jim, we're shaking our heads in here as well. If there's one player we didn't expect to mess around on the finish and do it, it is Jim. But 2 from
60.
12 on the outer ring brings Terry Nash back in, back on throw.
A Desmond leg for a Desmond scoreline. And now the mental resolve of Jim McEwan will be severely tested as he piles in what is his second max of the match.
Yeah, 7 yesterday.
100.
You can almost see Terry just getting quicker and quicker, and that's the fear that you do when you're playing someone who is going to dictate the pace like Jim.
$134.
And Jim's the type of player, we're saying Jimmy Van Ski's got to be the happiest player, but I can't imagine Jimmy really be too delighted to play Jim
58.
McEwan because of the pace.
Do you think it's a different quantity when Jimmy plays in front of a crowd? And Jim McKee won't care who he's up against. He's very old school in that way, shape or form. Put him in front of him and he'll try and beat him. That's his logic. That's his mentality.
140.
And what a response from the last leg, leaving himself on a 47 after 9.
That's absolutely terrific, isn't it?
43. Jim, you require 47.
Nash, lacking all the composure in the world at the moment. Is today just a little bit too much for him. McEwan should be done and dusted in this
Game
match,
shot
but
in
he
the
still
fifth
leads
leg,
3-2.
Jim McEwan.
And just one away. But Terry Nash averaging 70. Look at him, just fidgety behind there.
Sixth leg, it's Jim to throw first.
But an 11
Game on.
darter shows the class of Jim McEwan.
He needed it most, and is that the moment that takes the game away from Terry Nash? When here, move him on to 8 points, and
93.
if he does that, then there's a possibility come the end of the first round of fixtures that we could have 4 players tied on that particular mark.
140.
Stand up, well, begin to set up a grandstand finish.
And Terry's next game against Dan Hans, and you don't know what you're going to get against Dan, so this is a difficult moment for top of the table Terry Nash.
100.
I think Jim got away with one there. He bashed into the second dart, going into the treble.
100. $24.
Well, that's an opening. A big opening for Terry Nash.
Yeah, we saw in the Group B yesterday, we used the term swings and roundabouts, matches flip-flopping from one place.
55.
Just looks so dominant in this game, Jim McEwan. Yeah, he's 80 points behind here on his throw. If it goes the distance, Nash has the darts. He's at 2 180s in this game already, Jim.
We've seen more flip-flops here than in a Coast Guard's wardrobe.
85.
Why does a Coast Guard wear flippies?
Well, when they're on the sand, they can then whack them off as they go into
98.
swim into the sea. And
You're a strange individual, you. Do you know that, Henry?
that's a bit rich coming from you.
Ultimate professional sat here.
40. Terry, you require 108.
108 to take us all the way. And he's got 6 of them here because McEwan, with that yelp, he knew he was left on 159.
100.
Yeah, beautiful last start there from Terry. And these games, I mean, you can get up there and average 100 and it's come off with a 4-0, but if you can scrape through a 4-3 where you haven't been at your best, I mean, just look at Terry behind there. He's absolutely, he's dying to walk to
31.
the hockey each time.
Terry, you require 8.
But to go to the last leg decider.
6. Jim, you
Well,
require
McEwan had a timely intervention yesterday for
128.
144 finish. Is he going to find a similar type intervention, a 128 here? Joe Trenny Bull to do exactly that. Just underneath.
Now this time Terry behind looks a lot more
46.
focused, a lot more relaxed.
Terry, you require 2.
Someone once taught me 1 out, 1 in.
Game shot in the
Straight
sixth
in.
leg.
Wonderful
Terry
dart
Nash.
for Terry. And I think the big difference there was just his demeanour while McEwan was throwing the darts. I think if
Seventh and
Terry
final
wants to
leg is
kick on,
Terry to throw first. Game on.
I think he'll have to learn to just manage his breathing, manage his focus, because he's got the dynamite darts when he needs it.
171.
What a turnaround.
And suddenly it's Jim McEwan who has his back against the wall. And suddenly it's Chucky who is chucking against the fence.
83.
What a last start. Just keeps him involved. And for Nash, steady tone would be nice.
100.
Well, Jim McEwan could have 4 points out of this fixture against Terry Nash, but could end up with none, because remember, he had darts of 3-0 in this game yesterday. Didn't take that, didn't take the win. Went 3-2 up.
100. 85.
They ever need a maximum now.
48.
Yeah, you heard the
Terry, you
groan.
require 145.
Terry Nash has to lose some here. Nice and simple. May use the bull with the last.
65.
Sensible play. But McEwan, if he can just find that treble 20 bed.
Well, this
58.
puts the pool
Terry, you
in
require
the
80.
grasp of Terry Nash. Went tops. That's the aggressive way he goes for 80. One dart at tops to win it. He's going to
60.
come back for more to move on to 10.
Yeah, no dramas. Has he learned anything about just getting himself ready for what could be an incredibly important 2 points?
60.
Not
Terry,
enough.
you require 20.
He likes double 10, does Terry? He was a top of the table clash. And Terry Nash
and
does
the
move
match,
to
Terry
10 points and
Nash.
4 points clear. Jim McEwan, who had control of that game, hence the frustration at the end. But for Terry Nash, was never really at his best throughout. To win the game with a 77 average, even his doubles weren't great on there. Somehow, Terry Nash has won that game. He goes 4 points clear. And it's a big game coming up now next for Dan Hands, and he's up against Richard McKee, looking for his first win.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Terry Nash got the better of Jim McEwan by 4 legs of 3. Match number 2 is a match-up between Richard McKee and Dan Hans. So Richard, it was a day to forget yesterday. 0 wins out of 5. And it means that he firmly finds his back against the wall going into today's action against Dan Hans, the 26-year-old from Warsaw, making his second appearance here. Didn't qualify through first time. We'll need a bit of a concerted effort today if he's going to do so. But that win for Terry Nash actually does put Dan in a position where if he wins this game, he would leapfrog Jim McEwan. He would move up into second place temporarily in the table ahead of Damien Grimes' match against Johan Engstrom at the end of the opening round's worth of fixtures. But there is a little bit of a tinker of the equipment for Richard McKee on this Friday. You can see a little bit of a change in terms of the barrel. Not someone who's known to change around with too much, but maybe seeing if something different can maybe yield a better result today.
Yeah, we talked about the fact it was very old school tungsten, and of course they look a lot more
54.
modern now, but it was great to hear you chatting with him earlier as well. Nice to get to know him. He seems a really nice guy, nice character, and I thought he dealt with the fact he lost 5 out of 5 yesterday very, very well. You've seen a lot of players sulk up there when things aren't going the way. But I thought he handled himself very well, and fingers crossed he has a good day today. And a term you used very late last night, a potential spoiler.
Well, somebody of his ability and his CV and his record, why couldn't he potentially play that particular role? But it's Dan Hans who's got off to a decent start against the throw in this opening leg, leaving himself
60.
on 6-1 after just 3 visits to the board.
Yeah, I think he's the interesting player, Henry, in this Group C.
99.
If there's a player that can go through the card that isn't top of the table right now, for me it is Dan. We've highlighted what his weakness is, but clearly this is demonstrating what he can do as well.
100.
We know what he can
Dan,
do, but I think that the big question in terms of Dan's development is doing it on a more consistent basis, doing it a bit more game in, game out. That a bit of a slip, that leaves him with 28 left. That leaves him with nothing left.
Shot in the first leg, Dan Hans.
15 data. But yeah, you asked me quite a few questions yesterday, and with Richard McKee being the chef,
game on.
What is your favourite meal?
Oh, it cannot be a good lasagna.
121.
What for you? What tickles your fancy food-wise?
Well, I'm from Middlesbrough, so I'm quite a simple man. So I quite like a hand-dive scallop, seared to golden perfection, served with a velouté of wild Giraud mushrooms, finished with a whisper of a white truffle. And for my mains, I like a tornado of Wagyu beef, marbled and meltingly tender, accompanied by pomme souffleurs with a reduction of aged Bordeaux, enriched with marrow and shallots, alongside a symphony of seasoned vegetable, each glazed to a mirrored sheen. Either that or egg and chips.
96.
Take you get that from your local McDonald's
100.
then?
Like I say, I'm a simple man, I don't, you know.
Apparently, Richard can cook a very good duck. But in terms of this week so far, it feels like his goose has been cooked in terms of qualification.
46. Daniel
His hands looks at 84 to open up a 2-zip pleat.
Yeah, sensible. 16 should be the route. Absolutely. No need to go for the 14 bull. This is a superb 15 dart opener from Dan Hans. And a potential 16 darter when he returns. I like Dan Hans. I think there's a real potential there. The type of profile I really like as a player. Beautiful.
Shot in the second
excellent.
leg, Dan Hans.
2-0.
Going about his business proficiently. 93, 94, 16 darts per leg, 32 darts.
To throw first.
To put himself 2-0 to the good.
100. 81.
Had a beautiful lasagna last night from that Italian restaurant just up the road from the venue here.
Yeah, after all, I've just talked about symphony of seasoned vegetables. I had a
140.
pot noodle.
Chicken and mushroom?
Beef and tomato.
29.
Well, you had some vegetables then. Chicken chow mein one's the best one, though.
Yeah, literally, when you're on the road as a dart player, I can't honestly don't know how many pot noodles I've had in my
43.
life. I think when I used to go to Lakeside, I remember putting a photo on for my social media once, and I think I took like
100.
10, 12 pot. They were just the go-to meal for a dart player. It's interesting that nutrition is actually really coming to the fore right now. Gerwin Price has lost a lot of weight, super
41.
fit, eating healthy. The Luke Humphreys stories we talk about. You know, as part of my job with the PDP at the moment, it's something that we're trying
41.
to get across to the players to make them more healthy on what is a exhausting calendar right now.
And there are people that can work with nutrition plans for sports people, particularly who work
57.
away a lot or travel a lot. Things that they can have in hotel rooms, something that not always they have to heat up, but something they can have that can keep them ticking over, but whilst getting everything that they need
Richard,
to
you
get
require
into their
120.
body at the same time, as McKee looks at 120 to reduce the gap to 2-1. Looking at tops. Just under.
100. Dan, you require 155.
Yeah, one of the toughest finishers, 155. He'd have had to manoeuvre down to treble 19 for the double 19.
59. Richard, you require 20.
For McKee to get on the board,
Game
no
shot in the
problem
third leg,
whatsoever.
Richard McGee.
Holds throw, back to 2-1, but the problem that Richard's got is he's already been broken in
Full
this
leg is
contest.
Dan to throw first. Game on.
I think that's very typical also of Dan, almost like he looks so effortless, so brilliant, but
134.
he's using his darts well. I want to see him win a scrappy game, Dan.
$100.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I am a fan of the in-play table, as you might notice, Henry. Hans has gone across
100.
and is now in front of Jim McEwan.
Yeah, any win here would see him jump up to second place. May only be temporary with Darren Grimes taking
98.
on Johan Engstrom in the game directly following this.
100.
I mean, I know I'm probably the best pundit in the world of darts right now, but I would like it highlighted if Terry Nash wins and Hans comes second, and then go back to your question yesterday.
57.
Who's going to top the
Daniel
group and who's going to go through with them?
167.
Yeah, I'll make sure I ignore that.
15.
I think Dan Handel want to ignore that.
$82. Daniel require 152.
So 152 for Dan Hands, not to be on this occasion. And so McKee back for 164 to level this
23.
game back up.
Richard, you require 164.
218. Bullseye. Drops low.
131. Daniel require 129.
What has happened to Dan Hans here? Scores of 15 and 23 when he had total and utter control of this leg and match.
$57.
Is it fair
Richard,
to
you
say we're
require
seeing the
33.
strengths and weaknesses of Dan just in this single game?
$3.
Well, he's been given a
Daniel
reprieve
require
here, McKee,
72.
with the slip into the treble, meaning it was 2 at double 15. But these are the types of guilt-edge shots he has to take, and those are the types of errors he has to cancel out. He's kind of got a bit of a bonus there by
50.
hitting the treble 14
Richard,
to leave
you
himself
require
double 11, which he's
30.
unable to get.
This is not tough. Doesn't have to move though. So
Game shot in
the
the fourth
fact he
leg,
didn't have to
Richard
move, he could
McKee.
just use that first dart as a guide. And he's right back in this game.
Fifth leg is Richard to throw first. Game on. $81. $44.
Yes, we're looking over at an average of 100 for Dan Hans at beginning this game.
85. 100.
He throws that dart so effortlessly, doesn't he? Against the more traditional Richard McKee. Good story.
125.
Good to hear just a little bit more about him, because literally trying to find information about Richard prior to his appearance at the Modus Super Series was
140.
almost impossible in relation to the darts. Another player who benefits his success to the ADC.
Wait, it's a system where you can literally play in your pub as
60.
Richard did, and you come and play on a stage like this and have success on a stage like this. From nowhere to a household name.
100. Richard, you require
Well,
150.
he went 3 balls here, he'd more than make himself a household name, but I don't think he's going to do such silliness.
It would make my week.
98. Dan, you require
Definitely make Richards.
117.
117 then. Can't be done now. And so McKee back for 52 for
Richard, you
3-2.
require 52.
To lead this match for the first time, that's not too bad, because he'll realise now it's double 8 and think he's got away with one. Big dart.
No score. Dan, you require 24.
Well, all of a sudden, the break opportunity has reared its head. Can he seize it?
18.
No, he can't.
Richard, you require 52.
Tough one to take.
$12. Dan, you require 6.
Now, Richard McKee found an
Game shot in
awkward
the fifth
double
leg.
free. Dan Hans
Hans.
does so there. And eventually finds the break and finds himself 3-2 to the good.
12 doubles hit from 49
Sixth leg
between
is
the first
Dan
two
to throw
games.
first. Game on.
We were number crunching before today, and we said, actually, do you know, maybe we've done a little bit of a disservice to the players yesterday, because we felt the rhythm of the afternoon session was
95.
pretty laboured, but the numbers were really good. And one thing that particularly stood out for me, for the likes of Terry Nash averaging over 40%, there was only Richard McKee that averaged very low
140.
in relation to the outer ring. The rest were excellent, but the start of today has been very, very poor on the doubles.
57.
I think for a lot of people,
140.
they know what's potentially at play, and maybe we're seeing a byproduct of that in terms of the opportunities that have been missed. Now, you need to run and get that, Dan.
100.
Beautiful last dart, I have to say. Speaking of good darts,
140.
We head to another last leg decider.
59. Richard, you
Yeah,
require
looking that way.
81.
just needs to play it safe. Doesn't need to go 12 bull. Well, that's the route he's gone. It's almost like he's not looking at the scoreline. That's very much
46.
the Martin Adams theory. Doesn't matter if you're on 400, Wolfie would go straight for the bullseye. But Hans has had one of
44.
those legs,
Richard,
which
you
is
require
so
35.
like his game.
Well, Dan has handed it to Richard McKee.
3. Dan, you require 146.
This would be typical of Dan for this to go. He's been all over the place the past few minutes. He's spraying them left to the right.
88. Richard, you require
And he doesn't have the
32.
darts in the last leg as well. These are difficult darts for
Game
Dan
shot in the
Hans.
sixth leg. Richard McKee.
And that spoiler alert, if Richard McKee starts winning games, that's going to doubly hurt Dan
Seventh
Hans.
and final leg is Richard to throw first. Game on.
We go all the way. Out of a possible 14 legs we could have played at the beginning of the session, we have
60.
played all 14.
Sounds like you're not enjoying it, Henry.
I'm loving it.
This is what best of sevens are all about. This is two players giving their
140.
absolute best up there. And if it's anything like yesterday as well, the last leg deciders were the best darts thrown.
100.
Perfect. Why? How can he make the games look so
100.
ridiculously easy, and then just at times he's spraying them all about? You've been to university. Explain it.
You're the one who's
100.
you're the one who's the pro in all this.
Yeah, but I was ultra consistent. I was the Jim McEwan. I wasn't the
60.
flair player like Dan Hans. That's why I scratch my head sometimes.
$60.
Well, 6 starts from here for Dan to wrap the game up and to put himself temporarily, at least, into
100.
second position in the group.
I did say it would benefit Dan if he can win a scrappy game, and that's what this one's been.
60.
Maybe
Dan, you
for
require
Richard McKee, a dart at the
101.
bullseye with that last dart. So it's advantage to Dan. But he can't be the man.
69. Richard,
will
you
he be
require
back?
121.
This would be the second best 1-2-1 checkout we've seen in this building. If he can find the ball.
96.
Cannot find.
Dan, you require
Never made a
32.
difference. Dan
Game shot
Hans
and the
moves
match,
into
Dan
second
Hans.
position, but it was a scrappy game. There's elements of that. A little look to the camera pretty much tells you anything. At times he looks $1 million, but the Nightmare Group C session for Richard McKee continues. He's locked 6 on the spin, but more work to do, you feel, for Dan Hans if he's going to get qualification. We move to game 3. It's Johan Engstrom against Damien Grimes.
$54. Charlie McEwan, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the breakdown hand got the better of Richard McKee by 4 legs of 3. Match number 3 is a meeting between Johan Engstrom and Damien Grimes. For Damien, he can go into second position, leapfrog down hands in that particular placing on 8 points with a victory. As for Johan Engstrom, the 49-year-old from Södertälje in Sweden, found out a fair bit about that part of the world, didn't we, yesterday? A former weekly finalist, although back in Series 6. We also found out a little bit more about Damien Grimes' hometown of Louth, the 32-year-old. And I tell you what, I've got some more 6th century facts about that if we so need it today, Glenn.
Well, it was a 4-3 of this one yesterday, and based on the first 2 games, we could be going deep as well. But yeah, 6th century Louth and national service for Johan Engstrom was something I went to bed dreaming of last night. It was like being back at school and having a history lesson.
Well, Damien Grimes looking to write a little bit of history for himself. Qualified through to
throw first.
Saturday at the first time of asking. These two have been head-to-head with one another all week. Yesterday's meeting went 4-3 to Damien Grimes.
100.
What are we going to see from this one?
$95. $121.
Yeah, just having a quick look at the throws. I've been fascinated with the throws. It's the first time I've ever seen Damien Grimes play darts. And as I mentioned yesterday, that classic drawbridge throw,
115.
which I think any sort of young player can look at that. But a lot of body, a lot of movement in the throw of Johan Engstrom, and he throws that very flat dart. But just have a look at where the point is aiming as he brings that underneath his chin there. So it's a unique throw himself. But that is a classic dart throw.
59.
What's the strengths and weaknesses of your throw?
There ain't any.
Sorry, what's the weaknesses of your throw?
The fact that I throw him. I should probably retire.
What's your nickname?
I need to be good for a nickname.
57.
Have you got any ideas for a nickname?
Small hands?
Well, you've been spending too much time with Connor Scott. Or Cam Crabtree.
50. Johan, you require 108.
I think I got a line on the 4 corners of the bingo card within 1 sentence. Henry Deacon says Cameron Crabtree more times than I say wax lyrical.
68.
Ironically, you're the one who said Cameron Crabtree more than anybody so far. Shall we stop saying the word Shall we stop saying the words Cameron Crabtree? Hi, if you are watching, Cam.
128. Johan, you require 40.
Tots for Johan. 1-0
Johan. The
Johan.
first leg, Johan Engstrom. Second leg, it's Damien to throw first. Game on.
So let's have a little look. Let's dissect this throw just a little bit. And get a good side-on view of what we're looking at.
58.
And the unique style. So why is he throwing that dart really flat? Because look at that point. Very experienced player, Johan Engstrom.
134.
Represented his country for a long, long time. I do like, that's my favourite camera angle here at the Modus Super Series. Maybe not the right time to go with those 5s there for poor Damien. Just look at the angle, look at the trajectory of that dart going in.
100.
think we can categorise this as a little bit of an off leg for Damien.
43.
Yeah, he's been terrific. Really, really good this week. Last 3 darts, and just look at that angle of the dart there. You've heard of the term, the understacking dart, the overstacking dart.
125.
Whereas Johan is almost sort of in the middle there. But it was that unbelievable Group A this week, where this man was top of the table the 2 days with darts like that.
142.
Go bullseye with a second. And back to treble 20. 100 points left.
102.
That is the modern route on 142. Treble 17, treble 17 to double top, or exactly plan B as Johan did. Super quick time. He could be 2-0 up here.
125.
He's averaging
Johan,
103,
you require
Henry.
40.
Well, it's the type of performance we've been waiting all week for, really, from Johan. And is he beginning to execute it as we head towards the final frontier on Friday?
Game shot
That's
in the
a
second
14
leg.
darts,
Johan
and that's 2
Engstrom.
love, and that's 30 darts for the first 2 legs.
He really put the afterburners on. I would like to have seen his
Third leg
average
is
in the
Johan
last
to
4
throw
legs against
first.
Jim McEwan
Get him up.
yesterday when he was 3-0 down. And I guess as a player, the frustration that he can do this, or where's, and as you mentioned there, why is it up there more consistent?
45.
He's been playing his spells, hasn't he?
I think that was the term I was looking for.
85.
Yeah, probably. You're looking at Damien's strengths this week. It's been the fact that he's been quite flatlined. Take out what happened on Wednesday. It's been fairly solid for the duration of the week, really.
140.
He's not been the best player in terms of numbers, but he's been somebody that's been hanging around a dependable level.
44.
Yeah, he was up against that incredible 115 average by Steve West on Wednesday. That is just the most incredible average.
100.
Nice average of the series as Engstrom piles in his first max average of 105.15 at this present moment in time.
$100. Johan, you require 136.
Well, this is a 3-0 and perhaps an air of comfortability in this contest for Johan. No one of them. Oh, just underneath.
96.
Yeah, this is proper darts. He looks unstoppable so far. We said this game was 4-3 yesterday, and after the opening couple of games being 4-3, we felt this one was going to be a real tight affair. This whole Group C has
50.
had
Johan,
that
you
feel about
require
it.
40.
Johan Engstrom, if he can pop this tops, and that looks the ideal marker.
$30.
Average buster.
Well, the difference in this game is Damien's playing as he has done pretty much exclusively all week long. The difference has been Johan, particularly in terms of the scoring stakes, has just been able to find a much higher power, higher level than his opponent.
81. Johan, you require 10.
3-0, but there could be an air of awkwardness about this.
Game shot in the third leg.
Awkwardness
Johan
avoided.
Engstrom.
A 3-0 lead Engstrom finds himself in.
Fourth leg is Damien.
And
to
if he
throw
wins this game
first.
4-0,
Get him up.
Johan, then not just will he be on 6 points, but he'll have a positive legs difference.
17.
And that 17 could see Damien Grimes go under in this game.
Yeah, Engstrom looks wonderful, doesn't he?
81. $96.
Well, it's Terry Nash that he's telling everybody to rein me in terms of this group. He takes on Dan Hands in the next one. And his chin will definitely be up after that win in
100.
the opener against Jim McEwan. There'll be people watching the others in the group. Particularly if he wins the next one, because he would be
45.
on the cusp of qualification.
Is it getting to the stage, Henry, where the players want Terry Nash to run away with it and then fight for second place then?
I think so, because it's not just the points. So have a look at the legs difference, +10, everybody else on +1, +1, 0, -1. So not just has he got an advantage in terms of points, he's got advantage in terms of legs difference. It's effectively worth another couple of points. So from this point onwards, they're best off him just competing the car for the day, and then they just focus on their job and getting second.
140.
What a gift for the 140 now. And the way he's playing, who's going to doubt it? This is terrific. Another treble 20. And even when he's missing, he's just round the mark. This has been a terrific performance from Johan Engstrom. I'm pretty sure he's in a star-studded local league team with the likes of Jeffrey de Graaf,
Johan, you require
Oscar Lukasiak,
80.
Dennis Nielsen. I remember speaking to Jeffrey, so he'd be getting regular good practice. And he's really produced the goods, because that flat dart will help him with the double top left-hand side, you think?
60.
Well, that was the intention, but not the execution. But he's going to come back for 3 more at double 10. This has been a disastrous start for Damien Grimes. And he'll back 3 and had a double 10 to win this 4-0.
84. Johan, you require 20.
Couple of 4-3s to start. Game 3, I was about to say, has been pretty routine, but he'd be disappointed when he gets closer, because that is a bust.
Damien, you require 90.
He thought it was all over. It may not be. And there's perhaps a sense of darting irony if he'd found the double 15 there.
Yeah, I thought that was a certainty.
No score. Johan, you require 20.
Superb from first start to last. Johan Engstrom provides a performance that befitted his quality, his CV and resume. He is now right in the mix. And just barring a little bit of disaster at the end, because his average was just peppering that 100 throughout there. An excellent performance from the Swede. He'll be looking to bounce back as well after this game. But a big game forward. Dan Hands fresh from his victory against top of the table, Terry Nash.
So this is what we've seen so far. Terry Nash has gone to the top of the table on 10 points, and he has got the destiny in his hands. 2 clear with Dan Hands, who's 2 clear of Johan Engstrom, Jim McEwan and Damien Grimes all on 6. Richard McKee still yet to get off the mark. Next game is a meeting between Hands and Nash. The top 2 in the table going head to head. If Terry wins this, then he'll find himself temporarily 6 points clear of McEwan, Engstrom and Grimes with 6 points left to play for. However, a win for Dan Hands would put himself in a pretty position because he'd be on 10 points alongside Terry Nash. 4 clear again on that chasing pack in behind with McEwan and Grimes to play next, and McKee and Engstrom to finish off the second round's worth of matches.
First leg is Dan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, one of the games of the day yesterday. It was rapid, it was quick. Dan Hands winning the game 4-2, but both fed off the speed of the game, that was for sure. 6 legs played in round about 10 minutes. It was a cracking game. And already you can see the pace of Terry.
85.
I think Terry's adapted well to the slow plays in this group, but they just let them fly. Sit back and enjoy.
125.
Yeah, this will probably be the quickest game that we'll see in this session.
140.
It looks like we're watching it in plus 1.5, doesn't it?
Shall we try commentating plus 1.5 and do it extra just quickly?
Just talk normal. Actually, that was quite funny, Henry. I'll give you that one.
136.
136. Not on the cards anymore for Dan, but he has got 6 darts from here.
96.
Tops left after
81.
just a dozen darts to take out leg 1 of the contest.
Superstar, 13 darter. Very tidy.
Second
Player,
leg,
very
Terry to
nice
throw
leg.
first. Game on.
I felt for Terry Nash that opening game, top of the table clash with Jim McEwan was going to be the biggest one in the Group
60.
C. But this one has a feel of being a big game, as Henry mentioned there. A win here for Terry Hands, and it's pretty much through 6 points clear. But for Dan Hands, he can really make a move here. And then I think the McEwans of this world will be a little nervous.
Fair to say, a handy start for Dan.
43. $100.
I'm just so glad Alex Small isn't in this group. The nicest way, Alec.
100.
Especially with Alex throwing first. Small hands.
95.
You could never be a referee, could you? Because the mic would just look the size of you.
140. Terry, you require 146. 82. Daniel,
Should have seen the size of the goalkeeper gloves I used to wear when I played football. Number 19. Oh, he's got his number. And he's got the break. The 118 goes. Hands 2 love up.
Third leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, rapid game. 2 legs, 2 doubles, 107
82.
average. Lovely stuff. Lovely, lovely darts.
82.
I don't think we've been disrespectful to the slower player because I put myself in that category. But when we were chatting before it started,
121.
we just said when you're getting 2 quick players like this, it's more aesthetically pleasing to watch the game, isn't it? And that's
100.
nothing against it, because one of the slowest players of all time is Phil Taylor. But you never noticed he was that slow because of how good he was.
96.
But this is just a joy to sit back and commentate on.
Yeah, I think pace does account for a lot in this sport. I mean, Peter Wright, for example, isn't exactly the quickest player that we've ever seen. But again, because of his quality, you kind of counteract that for how good he is.
63.
However, it's fair to say that that's a bit of a dying art now, isn't it? I mean, that Rising Stars week,
59.
I could book a lunch
Daniel
reservation at 12:30 in Group A.
Yeah, it was a really enjoyable watch, that
59. Terry, you require 160. 60. Daniel require 80.
For a 3-0 lead. Looks awkward.
Game
But
shot
when
the
you're
third
playing like
leg,
that-
Dan hands.
3-0.
4 minutes 6 seconds. If he wins this quick, the
Fourth leg
record
is
for
Dave to
fastest
throw
games
first.
on.
Game on.
5 minutes 38. Tom Sykes, Brian Roman.
100.
Probably going to have to get this done probably in 5 visits regulation. That ain't going to help the race against the
57.
clock. Shame we can't really get a clock up on the screen, really, isn't it?
57.
When we have these quickest game scenarios.
Sure we can get a range for you, Henry. You ruin the joint down
60.
here. In your ivory towers.
Really is an ivory tower up here. We look down on everything.
94.
Yeah, you look down on a lot of people, but I'm trying to teach you not to get personal with people, and you'll be a nicer person.
Johan says that he looks down at a lot of
60.
people, but that's just because of his height.
60.
I'm sure Jimmy's on some of his wild adventures around Portsmouth over the course of today. Well, you don't do what Danny
100.
Van Troep did with a couple of days off, and that was wide one of those e-scooter things around Portsmouth and got himself locked out of his house.
40.
Yeah, whenever you go over to Holland, Germany, Belgium, it is them scooters. I'm not very comfortable on them, I'll be honest with you.
78. Terry, you require 150.
Well, this to stay in the contest. Can't be done now. Hands 146.
59. Dan, you require 146.
He was looking for an immaculate performance. And that 146 there
98.
would have been a big 4-0.
Terry,
We
you
were talking about how
require
tight this could
91.
be with those opening games being 4-3. But we're seeing a one-sided Johan Engstrom in the previous game.
51.
And Dan
Dan, you
Hans
require
from, just you have to say, it's been a
48.
super quick, just 6 minutes played. And he's going to cement this second place. This is looking good for qualification. What an incredible dart that is.
Game shot and the match.
What a
Dan
match.
Hans.
6 minutes, 4-0 for Dan Hans. Terry Nash, remember, top of the table. But Dan Hans is one of those players, that flair. At times he looks absolutely unstoppable and unplayable. And he's just produced an excellent performance. The averages doesn't do it real justice. So let me tell you, he was banging over 100 average for a lot of that game. But 4 from 4 on the doubles. Wonderful performance. Jim McEwan's up next. Damien Gramsey plays.
$54. Charlie McEwan, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the breakdown, hands got the better of Terry Nash by 4-0. Game number 5 is a meeting between Jim McEwan and Damien Grimes. As far as Jim's day is concerned, he went into it with genuine ambitions of going on to win the group. Well, now he's scamping around just to try and qualify. A 4-3 loss to Terry Nash, a game which he could have so easily won. Missed 10 darts and a double in that contest, and how things now have dramatically taken a twist and a turn as a consequence. He takes on Damien Grimes, who lost 4-0 to Johan Engstrom in his opener. And realistically, the loser of this game is pretty much out of contention because they'd be guaranteed to be 4 points behind the top 2 players in the group with just 6 points left to play for.
140.
All to play for. 4 times they've met already this week, and it's been pretty comfortable for Jim McEwan. He's won 3 of those 4 contests.
76.
As they often talk about, no 2 styles are the same. We've just seen 2 players sprinting up and down. And I think between the pair of these 2, this is more the methodical one for the purists. I think we termed this one
40.
yesterday. But that was an outstanding performance from Dan Hansen. The question I was going to ask you, Henry, that was a Saturday night performance, that.
Well, he certainly put himself in a good position to do exactly that. He's the player that
140.
we thought had the possibility of maybe gate crashing what was the top 2 overnight, and so far so good. But Jim ain't going to panic just because he lost his opening game. He's the type of player that'll just carry on with the task.
140.
He's still got to play Dan Hands later on in the session, so all could be fair in warfare if he was to win that particular contest.
At what stage will you say, well done, Glenn, in
140.
picking out the top 2 at the moment?
When it's confirmed.
Oh, will it be through gritted teeth? You can be nice to me, you know.
Gritted teeth, I've got a sore throat. Well, an inflamed gum.
140. Damien, you require 145.
In 6th century Louth, they never had infected gums. Did you know that? As Damien looks at 145. Not to beat. Excellent start from the pair of them. But I'm pretty sure McEwan will go for his trusted
Damien
big
require
one
41.
for double top.
Game shot in the first leg. Jim
14
McEwan.
darter to kick things off for Jim McEwan, sending a stall out straight away. And Damien Grimes, 5 legs
Second
played,
leg
5
is
legs lost so
Damien to
far.
throw first. Game on.
Big weekend in Portsmouth, isn't it? Is it your local derby?
Yes.
Is it your biggest game, or are they your biggest rivals?
Oh, 100%. 100%. It's a
93.
huge rivalry. Genuinely, I think it's one of the biggest rivalries in English football.
Do you dislike each other?
Oh, there is a genuine hatred.
Wow.
It dates back to the 1910s.
Oh, not in Louth, was it?
45.
There's a lot that goes into it. But
How far away is it to Southampton's ground?
I think it's 15 miles.
Wow.
99.
But obviously as well, with 2 clubs that tend to find ourselves in different parts of the pyramid at different times. There was a spell where we were in the top flight, whilst they're in League One. They're in the top flight, whilst we were in League Two. And for the first time in 13 years,
Hey,
we meet in the
C5.
middle. And I think it's going to be a great occasion. It's going to be fantastic for the game. I think it's fantastic for the league. I think the Championship's crying out for a rivalry like that one to come back in the division. And I think people
14.
will see on their television boxes on Sunday afternoon just how bitter a rivalry it is. It's going to be like a proper old school throwback game.
Are you getting there early? Oh, you're not going, so you're not a Pompey fan.
100.
Couldn't get a ticket. You could
Oh,
not get a ticket
please.
for love nor money.
Please, you just say Henry Deacon, you'd have got a ticket.
If I said Henry Deacon, I would have got a stadium ban.
I just don't think you'll be able to handle Finn as us.
45.
Honestly, I'd take a point and run. Take a point and run. Because I think they're a top side. They're a real top side.
Are they really? Yeah.
They'll be around it. And for us, if we can nick a point, we've done really well.
57.
My two objective supports of this season is don't lose any of the two derby games and don't get embroiled in a scrap down the wrong end of the table.
$100.
Good scrap here. Treble 18. Oh,
180. Damien, you require 124.
it's the lesser spot, a double 17 if he returns. And he will return.
And as we've learned, there's only one way to go for 124. Triple 20, triple 20,
28.
double
Jim,
2.
you require 34.
I learned Terry Nash yesterday. Double 17,
Game
Just
second
about
leg, Jim
in,
McEwan.
but just about means as much as dead centre. 2-0 McEwan.
Well, we did joke after game 2 that,
Third leg is
couple of
Jim
4
to throw
threes and-
first. Game on.
but since then there's been real domination. And you have to say, some impressive darts. Johan Engstrom could have easily averaged a ton. Dan Hans, just right at the end, could have easily averaged a ton. Both 4-0 victories. And Jim McEwan has been superb.
97.
And guess what? He's averaging a ton.
And 2 from 2 on the doubles. Now, yesterday was a very good day for doubling for a lot of players, and that trend is continuing here.
I think
97.
the big loser so far could be the loser of this game, because Jim McEwan, of course, lost that opening game with Terry Nash, that top of the table clash overnight. Damien Grimes lost his opening one to such an impressive Johan Engstrom.
100.
So the narrative for this game is must win.
Yeah, loser is pretty much...
Oh no, Henry. Henry's on ChatGPT, everyone. 6th
42.
century garbage is about to come out of his mouth again. I'll stick to the darts.
$100.
This is really good from Jim. I think he'll have been a little disappointed going back after the defeat, and then to see his main protagonists around him not only winning but playing so well, but he's bounced back extremely well.
134.
Good retort there from Grimes.
Jim from Maybole in Scotland.
Well, you didn't know that, did you?
100.
You had to check with ChatGPT for that. It's just lazy journalism from you, this AI stuff. I would prefer if you'd done your own research. You're getting very, very lazy.
How did you do your prep today?
ChatGPT.
40. Jim, you require 104.
104 for McEwan to open up a 3-0 lead. Can he try and muster away just above? Was he going to move away? He's going to move away. Cannot find. 68 remaining with time on his side.
96.
This is terrific. Faultless. I'm going to go back to your words
13.
yesterday. Whatever
Jim, you
happens to
require
Damien
8.
Grimes, he must see the positives of this week. Today's looking like it's going to be a step too far. Johan Engstrom was excellent against him. And Jim
Game shot the
McEwan doesn't
third
look like
leg.
he's
Jim
missing
McEwan.
I
3-0.
think what we're knowing for Damien Grimes this week is there's a player there, but maybe Just lacking
Fourth
something
leg
when
is
push
Damien
comes
to
to
throw
shove. We saw it on
first.
Wednesday
Game
when he
up.
had the Group A in the palm of his hands, finished 5th, and today an opportunity arising to get through, and it's just not going his way so far. 7 legs played, 7 legs lost.
Marvin van Velzen, that was the
14.
analogy he used yesterday, and I think that's what I would say to him, because it's looking like it potentially could be disappointing. I can't see him qualifying with a defeat here, sat on 6 points, especially the way the others are playing, and they'll be playing each other as well.
Sometimes the hardest thing to deal with is
60.
pressure that he's not used to before. These are all learning experiences for Damien. Would you like to know a bit more about Mabel?
134.
Go for it.
So, historically, Mabel was known for leather work and especially for boot and shoe manufacturing. In the 19th century, it became the centre for these trades, with several factories and large employments in shoemaking. Anyway, let's stop talking
Yes,
cobblers.
please. Let's start on cobblers. There's a 180 being hit.
$57. $24.
Would you have had Jim in the international pairs for Scotland?
He's probably the next cab off the rank, isn't he? I think Scott Campbell did enough to justify coming back a second time, and if Hendo and
121.
Thornton are available, I think a lot of people respect the fact that they'll get the pick.
Are we down to the final furlong? Because he'll expect to fill from here. He has been superb in this game.
140. Damien, you require 149.
Well, this would be some way to get the day started, but he's not going to find the 149. And so McEwan left on 97 to complete back-to-back 4-0 wins. In terms of this group, anyway.
Oh no, for Demo.
101. Jim, you require 97.
Because the way McEwan has played in this game, he'll fancy this. Treble 19. Told you. Treble 18.
$41. Damien, you require 48.
48 for Grimes. To continue and extenuate the contest.
16.
Tried to put it right down
Jim,
the
you
middle,
require
unable to do so.
56.
No middle for Diddle.
Here's McEwan going to solve the riddle.
4-0.
And the match, Jim
Exactly what
McEwan.
Jim McEwan needed in that performance there. He was magnificent in a must-win. And for Damien Grimes, who's been here now for 5 days, that's a difficult. That's 2 losses on the spin, 2 4-0 defeats, but excellent from the Scot. McEwan is still fighting. Johan Engstrom's up next against Richard McKee.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwan.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jim McEwan got the better of Damien Grimes by 4 legs to 0. Game 6 is a meeting between Johan Engstrom and Richard McKee. For Johan, a win here moved him on to 8 points. Richard looking for his first win altogether in this Group C campaign. Game 6 of 15 that we are broadcasting live to you this afternoon. And Johan was mightily impressive in his opening match. A 4-0 success, average of 92.5. That was kind of kiboshed a little bit by some missed starts at a double to win the contest. But that was much more like it from the Sweet Ferret in that one.
Yeah, we have
First
talked
leg
about the
is
issues of
Richard
his
to throw
consistency at times,
Game on.
Johan. But yeah, I guess he should be walking on water right now because it was exceptional performance. And up against a player
59.
on 0 points, so you think there's only going to be one winner in this game. But if we go back 24 hours, this time yesterday, we talked about Richard McKee being the favourite to win this group.
Well, for Johan, he'll be hoping it's a case of, well, the
100.
average wasn't too little, but it's not a case of it being too late for him. But for Richard, I think it's just now playing out the games and trying to pick up as many points as possible and
60.
kind of justifying all the bits he's done previously, really.
It's great to see the international
100.
flavour. It's great to see the previous winners and whatever, but celebrating our 3rd birthday, the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
79.
Henry, I mean, you've pretty much been there, seen it, done it, got the T-shirt. If I had to ask you for your 5 best moments here, with just, for me, that Andreas Harrison, while you're thinking against Cam Crabtree, that 1-2-1 finish with your
99.
opponent on a double, I just thought that was the moment. Your top 5?
133.
Matthew Edgar finishing bottom of Group B. Chris Mason winning a week.
He's saying this because can you believe it? He's gone on to ChatGPT and wrote, who is the best commentator? And it says Henry Deacon seems to be there a
120.
lot.
Richard, you require 170.
No, it says shows up often.
Let me tell me your own lines if you don't mind.
I tend to win the attendance award, but nothing else.
42.
It's like being back
Johan,
at
you
school.
require 82.
You need to be more calm and analytical. Interesting route on the 82. So big 18 just to leave the double top.
42. Richard, you require 128.
Never the easiest. Needs a treble with one of the first two darts. Can still finish.
And Engstrom
42.
hasn't dropped a
Johan,
leg
you
so far
require
today. This is
40.
for number 5 on the spin. Now double 10. Chasing double 5. And
Game
getting
shot
double
the first
5
leg,
and getting
Johan
himself in
Engstrom.
front eventually.
Second leg is Johan to throw first.
Although I would say, Glenn, you should
Game on.
channel your Chris Mason a little bit more. Have a bit of playing experience, talk about strategy,
Got
dart
that.
technique,
Got
game
that.
flow.
Got that.
Bring the excitement without overhyping anything.
Got that.
68.
If you want to be a bit more like me, you could be a bit more energetic.
No, thank you. There's an empty room in there. There's
84.
times for energetic.
Apparently, I've been listed here on
100.
773 occasions.
$60.
I just can't understand that the vanity of someone who just Googles their name and just... Why are you so interested about yourself? Nobody else is interested in you.
Exactly, so someone has to.
140.
Have you ever Googled yourself?
No. Why? Why?
49.
Looking good for 2-0 is Johan. As we mentioned earlier, that 4-0 victory over Damien Grimes, arguably his performance of the week. Just petered off at the end with a couple of missed darts at a double, but very easy could have been a ton.
140.
And right now, there's a chasm between the averages between Richard McKee, who is struggling right now. He really is. And when your opponent's averaging just shy of
60.
95.
Johan, you require 53.
For 2 zip and for 6 on the spin. Double top for Johan Engstrom.
$33.
Does not go.
$140. Johan, you require 20.
For 2 zip.
Double 5 again. He's been up here a lot today, isn't he?
16. Richard, you require 108.
His first wobble. Will it be punished? McKee has not been at the races so far. So no sign of frustration
52.
from, which probably tells you the character
require
of Richard.
4.
Two twos for 2-0. And still
Game
to
shot in the
lose a leg
second leg,
today,
Johan
Johan
Engstrom.
Engstrom. The streak continues to 6.
Third leg, it's Richard to throw first. $80.
So we've got players showing real form today. Dan Hans, Johan Engstrom are
45.
both looking good. I'm just seeing a tremendous performance from Jim McEwan. The back end of this competition, this back end of this Group C is going to be fascinating. I think we're going to see
96.
surprising outcomes. That spoiler roll for McKee hasn't come to the fore just yet. But it's very, very tight at the top.
59.
Look at that. Terry Nash on the back. And Terry Nash has played Dan Hans and Jim McEwan now, so his argument could be he's got the easier players to come. Dan Hans looks to be the
100.
in-form player today. And McEwan will not stop. And there's Johan Engstrom there. If he wins this game, would move to 8 points. So much to play for, Henry.
100.
Yeah, still probably realistically 4 players in play. I think Damien Grimes is probably gone, and Richard McKee, we kind of knew before Dart was thrown this morning, was
105.
out of the mix. But this should be the first leg conceded for Johan Engstrom today from this point, you feel. McKee, with time on his hand, he's going to get 6 and 120 to half the
41.
arrears.
Richard, you require 120.
No bias, but come on, Richie.
100.
I've admired the way he's dealt with the situation, considering the fact of everything's gone wrong the past 2 days.
Yeah, he's still chipping away at the task. He hasn't exactly thrown the toys out the pram, has he?
96. Richard, you require 20.
Double 5. I tell you what, we've seen a lot of this double so far today,
10.
but we've not seen it hit there.
Johan, you require
22%
160.
on his doubles yesterday was Richard McKee. A conference 3 from 16 in his opening games. He's having a nightmare on the outer ring.
85.
What's even
Richard,
worse
you
today, it's
require
3
10.
from 20. 15%. Double 2 to finally get on the board.
No score.
And he's gone the other side. It is not
Johan,
happening
you
for that man
require
so far today.
75.
I'm telling you, if he's top of the table, that creeps into the bottom of the double 2. Double 6 for 3-0.
63.
Missed opportunities for
Richard, you
McKee,
require 10.
but opportunity knocks one more time.
Game shot
Yeah, he
in the
was
third
going to
leg.
pass another one
Richard
by, and he
McKee.
says, hallelujah, I finally got one. And Johan Engstrom's finally lost a leg.
Fourth leg is Johan to throw first. Game on.
I mean, you jokingly talked about how did you do your preparation
100.
for comms today. But I must admit, on social media, there's some incredible statisticians out there, isn't there? I mean, it does make your work so much more easy, and there's some wonderful stats out there right now
180.
in relation to the Modus Super Series and in relation to the World Series of Darts tonight.
Yeah, some excellent stuff. And there's some brilliant websites and spreadsheets and things like that, which makes all of our lives easier.
140.
Yeah, once you master auto population, you are laughing.
Oh, I tell you what, honestly, it's something they should teach more at school.
41.
Excel.
Do you excel in Excel?
I'm beginning to excel in Excel.
$43.
Yeah. Auto population, honestly, it makes your life so much easier. Use it for, just began to learn how to use
60.
it, and it's really, really interesting a tool.
At your age, auto population really did interest me, and nightclubs. I really want you to get out more.
96.
Auto population is not changing your life.
Hey,
Get out there, man. Away.
hey, I'm going for a pint of Guinness tomorrow night.
100.
On
Johan,
your
you
own?
require 122.
Yes. 1-2-2 for Engstrom. Goes bullseye first. Oh, would have been some way to have taken it out.
82.
McKee, 120.
Richard, you require 120.
Again.
It's almost like we're feeling his pain in the comms box.
80. Johan, you require 40.
It was a blip in the previous leg for the Swede. But this to go one away. It looks a good marker on screen. Like I said, that really flat dart, and hence the reason. If you're looking at the right-hand side of that top, just near the double 1.
No score. Richard, you require 40.
For 2-2. 2 10s. Double 5.
35.
Does not go, and so this
Johan, you
for
require
3-1.
40.
It's Tots of Engstrom.
Surprised you haven't used any ABBA analogies yet. My.
Well, this certainly ain't a gimme, is it?
20. Richard, you require
Well,
5.
may have to send out an SOS after that.
One.
But McKee
Johan,
is
you
not a
require
super trooper
20.
that could turn a 2-0 deficit to 2-2.
3 from 30 on the doubles
Game
between the
shot
pair of
fourth
them.
leg, Johan Engstrom.
I like that. I like the reaction. I was almost saying stuff the averages. I just want the 2 point. Yeah.
Fifth leg
Tapping
is
his head.
Richard
How
to throw
can I be
first.
so good, Johan? And now struggle so much in the next one. But the outcome is exactly the same. The 2 points. And it
41.
really does put him in the mix on 8 points.
Averages are nice, but hitting doubles, that's the name of the game.
I'm
57.
going to send you to Waterloo, Ville.
Ah, I get it. Oh, yeah, because Waterlooville's nearby and it was a song by ABBA. Oh, great bands.
30.
Get back to your auto population.
Let's see what ChatGPT made of that joke.
$44. $100.
Steady. Just the 180 in this game, and that did come from McKee.
140.
Second best.
$58.
That's the perfect dart. Can he just use that as the guide? Yes, he can.
125.
Well, leads himself on a finish to win this game. McKee, well, it looks like it's going to be 7 out of 7 in terms
60.
of
Johan, you require
defeats for him. This has not
135.
gone to plan one little bit so far this week.
He has the luxury not starting on the bullseye on the 135.
95.
Cracking. Beautiful. And guess what double is left again? Engstrom is flying high right now.
And
100.
it is double top
Johan, you require 40.
to complete the 4-1 victory. It's double 10.
Game
There
shot
it is.
and the match, Johan
And Johan
Engstrom.
Engstrom completes a 4-1 win against Richard McKee. It puts him on to 8 points. It puts him back in the qualification picture. It puts him back in play after 2 good performances. At the tail of the tape. Coming up next, Damien Grimes and Dan Hans.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, where the Nightmare Group C session continues to happen for Richard McKee, because just before the break he's lost his 7th game on the spin, which is meaning that the other 5 players in the group are really congested. So much to play for. And one of the informed players today is that man in your picture, Dan Hans. 2 wins out of 2. And he will go into this match against Damien Grimes, who you feel maybe the job is just a little bit too far now. He's on 6 points with 3 games to play. And with players already on 10 points, including Dan Hans, he could be needing to win all the games and rely on others. But Henry, Dan Hans goes into this one.
First leg is Damien to throw first. Game
As
on.
a favourite, but 24 hours earlier, it was this man in your picture, Damien Grimes, that beat Dan Hans by 4 legs to 2.
However, Damien is still looking for his first leg of the day. 4-0 defeats
40.
in each of his opening 2 to kick off the session. Dan Hans has been on the other side of that equation and kicks off this game perfectly.
$97.
Go on, Glenn. Does Dan hit a 9 in this leg?
Well, that was his first 180 of the day, hence the reason I was just sitting
140.
quiet there. He has that. It looks like such a skinny dart. We've used the name Connor Scott earlier today. He's almost got that sort of style of throw. But when you have a closer look at the dart of Dan Hans, it doesn't look like it's a super light dart. I just think the way he throws the dart is just effortless.
100.
He usually tunes in when he's not playing. So if you are watching Connor, very good afternoon to you, good sir.
Does he know who you are, or?
60. Dan, you require 81.
We did a totem
41.
talk together
Damien,
once.
you require 164.
164 for Damien. Can Grimy clean it up? Not on this occasion.
Well, he didn't even attempt to go for the bull
98.
hands.
Dan, you require 40.
That would have been a bit of a slap in
Game
the
shot
face,
first
but
leg,
he just
Dan
seems to be in
Hans.
his own zone right now.
Second
Doing
leg
his
is
own
Dan
thing,
to throw first.
and
Game on.
doing his own thing with real efficiency thus far. 13 data to kick the game off.
59.
Finding another level today is Dan.
And another level in the pace of the afternoon as well. We were talking yesterday, despite the fact that the quality was there, that it felt laboured. You don't get that sense today.
135.
No, it's going at a fair bit more pace today.
140.
Who's your 2 for qualification now? We're getting into that mid-competition now, isn't it? This afternoon's play. I mean, already looking at the back end of the
54.
last games for each of the players. I know you fancied Nash and McEwan before a dart was thrown today.
Yeah, I think it's hard to look against the
100.
top 2 now, isn't it? But all can change. One result can change everything. Damien Nash takes on Richard McKee next, and then Johan Engstrom, who is probably looking like the player of anybody that's going to dislodge the
42.
top 2, takes on Jim McEwan. And that makes life interesting because when it comes down to the last round of matches, Johan Engstrom takes on Terry Nash.
132.
And so it could well be a case of something riding on that particular contest.
Well, spoiler alert, I've just seen Johan Engstrom downstairs and he went, I'm going to qualify, Glenn. So he's supremely confident that he can come
44.
from
Dan,
behind.
you require 70.
It's double top.
Game shot in the second
That's
leg.
a 2-0
Dan
lead. That's a
Hans.
15 data. And that's an average of 107.36 for the first couple of legs for Dan Hans.
You can understand why
Third
he's a
leg is
challenge to a
Damien to throw
finalist, can't you,
first.
Dan
Game
Hans?
on.
Relatively new on this stage, but he's doing things very nicely. I mentioned yesterday that the last time I saw him, he had his head in his hands. He went to the
43.
registration desk at the PDC for the challenge tour, who told him that his entry didn't go through the final screen to confirm his
60.
place. He was distraught. Lost all his hotel money, his points, any chance of getting onto the Pro Tours, because he sat quite nicely for Hildesheim.
59.
But also goes to show how important the admin side of the sport is, particularly in the modern day and age.
I think you'd make a good manager. Maybe your auto population. Do you think you could? I'm not a businessman. I don't think I'd make a good manager.
But I also think different managers suits different types of players. There's management companies which look after a big stable of players, and that suits some people. But there's also other players that maybe need a bit more of a personal touch when it comes to a manager or a management team or something along them lines. Or maybe just somebody that says, right, I'll book your hotels, I'll book you that, and then you just take a portion of the prize of your prize money, and we just do it that way. I think when it comes to that kind of dynamic, I think it's very much what suits that particular player.
It's the most sensible thing you've said in 2 days.
121. Damien, you require 132.
3-2 for Grimes to reduce the gap back down to 2-1. He's got a nice go for the ball if he can find the treble 19. Can't get, and so hands 120 for free zip.
64. Dan, you require 120. $60.
This
Damien,
simply
you
has to
require
go.
68.
Incredibly 10 legs on the spin where he's lost today for Damien. But he is going to get a dart to end that streak.
36. Dan, you
Incredibly,
require
that's only his
60.
4th dart at a double all day.
20.
Amazed he didn't move, Henry.
Damien, you require 32.
That was smack bang in the centre. Move to the left, move to the right.
Game shot in the 3rd leg. Damien Grimes.
At long last, Damo says, as he finally gets on the ball for the day.
I thought it was
4th
more
leg
of a
is Dan to
jig.
throw first. Game up.
Are you jiggy with it?
78. $29.
After that leg, he opens up with a 29.
140. $55. $95.
That could have been so much better. But one treble a visit is enough for Dan Hands at this moment. Despite the fact that Grimes has got him backed himself into this game. Scores a 29 and 55.
95.
His first treble in this 4th leg. It's all in the hands of Dan.
60.
Who's putting his front foot forward right now. 1 to 8 left, and he's got all the time he wants, unless Damo can find a Maxo.
135.
He nearly
Daniel
did
required
so.
128.
Doesn't need to go the 18s route. His opponent not on the finish.
Game shot
Why
in the 4th
not?
leg, Dan
When you can
Hands.
do that, when you've got the flair play of Dan Hands, why not?
5th leg is Damien to throw first. Game on.
3-1 up, playing well, playing comfortably, playing beautifully.
And playing relaxed.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the key thing for Dan.
100.
As cool as a cucumber.
And top of the table.
100.
We were talking during Group B last night, saying, is there a player that can go through the card in Group C?
28.
And I think the general consensus was Dan has got the game to do it. Weren't so sure he had the mental strength to do that, because we have seen those times when he's sort of in the trenches where he comes up short. But he is a serious player. Henry's back on ChatGPT, everyone. So I'll hand over to Henry.
I just wanted to know where the origin of cool as a cucumber came from.
Why?
93.
Because my brain works in mysterious ways.
You're 24-year-old.
25. Cucumbers contain 95 to 96% water, and they grow on the ground and have high water content. The physical property made
80.
cucumbers a symbol of calmness and freshness.
It's 3-1.
The earliest, the earliest recorded use of the phrase is from a 1732
92.
poem by John Gray called New Song on New Similes. Cool as a cucumber could see the rest of the world. Anyway, for the match, 170.
Just bizarre.
58. Dan, you require 170.
Bizarre commentary from Henry Deacon, but nothing bizarre about the performance from Dan Hans today. That really would have been the icing on the cake, but even when he's missing, he's setting up nicely.
Damien require 101.
Can you put this in room 101?
Well, he hasn't had many opportunities.
69.
And he cannot find that one.
Dan,
So
you require
Hans for
65.
12 points and maybe a foot into Saturday night. Looks at tops. And
Game
makes
shot,
no
and the match,
mistake
Dan Hans.
whatsoever as he seals a 4-1 win, and he may well have a hand on Saturday night's final. Has Dan Hans a 4-1 success, a comprehensive display, an average just under 95 in the end for the tap man. Everything about that performance was mightily impressive. Coming up next, Terry Nash takes on Richard McKee. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwan.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series in this Group C campaign, where we now have a new leader, because Dan Hans is absolutely bang in form today. He's played 3 and won 3 and sits very pretty on the top and has taken that top spot from that man in your picture, receiving his darts, Terry Nash, who's pretty much been top of the table. I don't think he'd be panicking too much. In a sense, he's still in a fantastic position for qualification. But I will use that word spoiler again, because Richard McKee is much better than the 0 points that he's on right now. Bearing in mind he came here as a red-hot favourite to qualify from this group and reach Saturday night, so he's very, very capable of Terry Nash. Terry will have to really keep his focus together in this game.
First leg is Terry to throw first. Game on.
Wasn't a great game between them yesterday, but pretty comfortable for Terry Nash. He won the contest 4-1.
140.
And I guess, Henry, can he follow suit with Dan Hans, who's been the impressive player on this Friday, and join him on 12 points?
As far as Terry Nash is concerned, he won't care about performances. He wins every single one of his remaining matches. He is through to tomorrow night's final. That's all he's come here to do. That's all he's come here to achieve. That'll be
100.
job one completed for Boss Baby.
What's the reason behind Boss Baby?
Because he looks like the main character in the film Boss Baby. If you look at the side of his shirt
100.
and you look to the left sleeve, there's a caricature of the character from that particular film, which is a looky-likey
Terry, you
of
require 161.
Terry. There we go.
I thought it was Justin Hood.
99.
Good to see Happy Feet doing so well. He's going to open that Chinese chip shop one day, isn't he?
And
59.
apparently,
Terry,
we're allowed to have
require
anything we want
62.
up to the price of 20 quid. Double 16.
46.
Just inside, but he's got plenty of time. And that's all right. If he does open that restaurant, we know how good Richard McKee is at cooking duck. Maybe he could work for him.
59. Terry, you require 16.
Yeah, he didn't say what type of duck, did he? Double 4.
14.
That was the only problem with that. I just wondered if there was anything in his mindset where he might just bust that and go back to double 8. Now, earlier on today, I said to him,
58.
1 out, 1 in on double
Terry,
1.
you
He ignored
require
that, went
2.
straight for it and hit it first dart.
No score. Richard, you require 120.
One low, percentage chance. How many times has Richard McKee been left at 120 today?
It was 141 yesterday he left, 120 today. But did not pepper
60.
that treble whatsoever.
Terry, you require 2.
And so the madhouse for Nash.
No score.
Well, he has missed
Richard,
a
you
plethora,
require
9
60.
darts at a double to win this opening leg. McKee to pounce. Shouldn't even be anywhere near this predicament. But to his credit, he's found the double and he puts his hands up by way of apology because he knows it's a leg that should have been in Terry Nash's ledger a long time ago. It's not
Second
a
leg
shake
is
of the head
Richard
for
to
the
throw
Welshman at the
first.
back of
Game
the
on.
stage. McKee has pinched his pocket.
First real nervy moments now for Terry Nash. I thought he'd done the
100.
hard work after game 1. He won a 7-legger against Jim McEwan.
60.
Even wrote in my notes, Nash through. Far from it, because the players behind him are playing so well as well. Jim McEwan seems to have found his mojo. A couple of wins also for Johan
100.
Engstrom. That is a big game coming up next, especially if Terry Nash loses this match.
66. 61. 121.
Better from Nash. McKee was showing signs of running away with this leg.
Well, this would be an
60.
upturn of the form books if McKee was to win this particular fixture. Now, you would think that he's too good a player
100.
to lose all 10 games in a Group C scenario.
Yeah, I still think he's got a part to play in the qualification process, and if he does
60.
beat Nash,
Terry, you require 154.
that could derail him slightly. It doesn't look like the kind of player who overthinks. I interviewed him earlier where he just said, Glenn, it's just one
44.
game at a
Richard, you
time.
require 120.
But he don't look comfortable. And guess what? McKee's left again. He's got to hit it once.
100. Terry, you
But not that
require
time. Maybe the next
110.
leg. Well, he's going to come back for a 2-0 lead,
Yes.
which when Terry Nash went off like a whippet in the
45.
opening
Richard,
leg,
you
felt like
require
a
20.
unthinkable scenario. But there is an air of awkwardness about that, but the flick off
Game
the
shot the
barrel and
second leg,
into the
Richard
bed, and
McKee.
McKee's 2-0 up.
He's Richard McKee, saving all his luck for one game.
Third leg, it's Terry to
How
throw
many
first.
times does the Modus
Game on.
Super Series produce a game where it's top against bottom?
180.
And yet the underdog comes out with a victor. Everyone expected Nash to win this one. He can go joint top with
121.
Dan Hans with victory here. He won the game 4-1 yesterday. But so far, it's not the case.
100.
Indeed, it's not.
$55. $140.
140 for Nash, leaves him on 81 after just 9 darts. Some were passed after going 2-zip behind in the game.
93. Terry, you require
Yeah, without putting
81.
a negative slant on his throat.
49.
But he was looking for a real top leg to get back into this game. It's exactly what he's done. He has missed 9 darts at a double. This time it's going to be the 16s and 8s area.
140. Terry, you require 32.
2 16s, now double 8.
Game
And that's a
shot the
14
third leg,
darter to
Terry
get
Nash.
Terry Nash into the contest. Back to 2-1.
Fourth leg is Richard to throw first. Game on. $137.
I know Paul Nicholson likes to use food analogies. As a chef, how do you think you would
85.
rate Richard McKee's performance this week? A soggy bottom?
Excuse me?
60.
It's a bit like that performance from James Acaster, isn't it, on the Bake Off?
140.
Well, I tried to attempt the cake. It didn't quite happen. Here you go. Bon appetit.
Bon appetit.
140.
I thought it was going to be with a 180 there for McKee.
What flavour pot noodle are you having tonight, Glenn?
100. Richard, you require
I go for a Bombay
164.
bad boy.
Great. This commentary box is going to smell great tonight.
That's the plan.
54.
I think
I'm not Matthew Edgar, come on.
I think I might go for a Vindaloo then in that case. 2 can play of that game.
100. Richard, you require
Says the man who
110.
finds buttered chicken too hot. 110 finish. You can see what he thinks of that with a 1. But he has set it up nicely. And for Nash, he's going to get a
68.
dart.
Terry, you
He's going to
require
get a dart at this
76.
76. And you'd fancy him to go on to win the game if he can get this double top.
56. Richard,
So
you
very, 'cause
require
if he goes
42.
3-1 down, he's a second favourite.
Double 16.
Game shot in the
Makes
fourth
it
leg.
3-1 to Richard McKee. He's 1 away, and he could well make a huge indent in terms of this group.
Fifth leg is
And it
Terry
makes
to throw
the game
first.
after this
Game on.
between Johan Engstrom and Jim McEwan oh so more pivotal.
Certainly does.
100.
We have seen some wonderful comebacks this week. But that spoiler roll could be to the detriment of Terry Nash, who's been sat at the
43.
top of the table for such a long time. When he goes back to that practice room and sees that it's Dan Hans now top, and 2 informed
60.
players behind him who are playing each other, one of them will join him on 10 points. Nervy times for Nash.
Nash will be in Shredsville.
100. $140. 140.
Well, Terry should have 6 from 201 here to reduce the gap back down to 3-2. Force McKee to serve this contest out
66.
in the next.
Yeah, he's looked jittery at times, hasn't he? Maybe it's just part of how he throws the dart. If he could just be a little bit more composed and measured.
84.
He said he
Terry,
takes
you
it one
require
match at a time.
135.
Maybe you'll have to look at it as one leg at a time. 'Cause that's ideal if you hit the treble 20. 90 points left.
70. Richard, you require 134.
Well, this would be some way to wrap it up, but he won't find the 1-3-4 to win the contest. And so Nash back for 65 to
58.
keep us
Terry,
going.
you require 65.
Too good.
Yeah, 15 left.
This is the hardest start this combination gets it for double 4.
57. Richard, you require
Well, we said that
76.
76 was a key moment for Terry Nash. He was unable to check it out. Wow.
36.
Well, that,
Terry, you require
unfortunately for
8.
Richard, is an unforced error. But is it going to be punished?
Game shot.
Just about squeezes into the top corner with a double 2. And back we go to 3-2.
I could hear
Fifth
the
leg is
anguish from
Richard to
Johan
throw first.
Engstrom and Jim McEwan as that double 2 went in there. They would be the big winners here if McKee can get over the line against Nash.
100. $100. $60.
140 needed.
96. 49.
Problem when you're on a 7-match losing streak, it's almost like you forget how to dip over that winning line. And there's a little sense of that. However, he's getting
80.
opportunities, but the last start is saving Nash. Crucial moment, 70 points behind McKee. Needs to get back in that treble 20 bed. Can he follow it? Yes, he can.
140.
Well, his first two finished, but Tay will be hoping that he can leave it far more handily.
65.
25 for the last start leaves himself on the big, 160. McKee 152, can't be done.
84.
Oh, what a last start. This
Terry,
time
you
it's from
require
McKee.
160.
Bit of magic.
80.
Well,
Richard,
if he
you
does win this
require
game,
68.
his last start has been the saviour for Nash. Match dart. Double 16.
36. Terry, you
Well,
require
that doesn't go,
80.
and so Nash returns to 80 to take us the distance. Tops had the
Game shot
perfect
in the sick
guide
leg,
and
Terry
utilised
Nash.
it perfectly in the corner again. And all the way we go.
Ah, what a fighter.
7th and final leg is Terry to throw first. Game on.
I'll tell you what, he's hit a double 2 in
95.
this game, Terry Nash. He's at the tops on an 80 finish with McKee sat pretty. Fair play. But just as you think he's now the massive favourite.
140.
Yeah, swings and roundabouts this contest.
96. 100. 100.
Good pace to the game. Exciting finale coming up. Like I say, so many implications on this match. And McKee is giving it absolutely everything. Maybe the
85.
averages don't do it justice. This is a proper slugfest.
Yeah. But for Terry, if he comes out the other side of
80.
this, he will come out smelling of roses.
Well, I thought it was a scrappy win over McEwan. McKee, it feels as being the better player. McKee goes favourite.
136.
McKee
Terry,
goes
you
favourite of the
require
match. Nash
130.
is looking for another special moment. Needs the treble.
42.
Unable to oblige, and so Richard McKee to finally get that first win. Looking at double top. Double 10. To eventually get over the line. And that is a look of a relieved man, because he gets his first win of his campaign. And for Terry Nash, that could prove to be a damaging defeat, because it means the door is open for Johan Engstrom and Jim McEwan, who play in a couple of moments' time. That's the tale of the tape from this one. McKee winning 4-3, and it is the Swede and the Scot who go head-to-head next.
$54. Charlie McEwan, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McEwan, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we had a bit of a surprise in the previous game before the break. Terry Nash, who's been sat top of the table for so long, against Richard McKee, who was searching for his first win, and the spoiler did a huge favour for the 2 players on the stage, because they both sat on 8 points, and with Terry Nash sat on 10, the winner of this game is right now in the mix. Now for Johan Engstrom, he's been excellent today so far. For Jim McEwan, he started with a disappointing 4-3 loss to Terry Nash, but then really kicked in and demonstrated his real qualities as well.
First leg is Johan to throw first.
So some huge matchups to come, but this one has a real sense, Henry, of a real big game.
Well, effectively, this is an eliminator, isn't it? Loser, this is probably gone. Well, they'd have a lot of work to do anyway to try and get themselves back into it, whilst the winner will, irrespective of the scoreline, jump across Terry Nash because of either legs difference or legs won. So Terry is going to end this round
100.
outside the top two with 2 rounds to go in Terry's last 2 games. So against Damien Grimes in a couple of minutes' time, and then he finishes off with a match against Johan Engstrom. Potentially could be a straight shootout,
50.
depending what happens over the next 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, 5th matchup this week between the pair of them. Can't be separated with a couple of wins each. But this is definitely the biggest game between them.
125. $140.
Also means, because of what's happened in this round of fixtures, Dan Hans wins his next game against Johan Engstrom. He will be into the final on Saturday night.
80.
Yeah, Terry Nash will be smarting right now, but he does have the opportunity straight back up next against Damien Grimes, who's had a disappointing day.
140.
And Terry Nash's last game against Johan Engstrom could be a belter.
Good thing for him, get him straight back on the horse.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be sat there overthinking the situation. But the problem he's got is the fact that he'll have seen his name at the top of the tail for so long.
81. Johan, you require 50.
Now we'll be looking at legs difference.
Suddenly panic can set in, can't it? 10 for tops. For the opening leg for Johan Engstrom, 14 darts. It's been a much better day today for the Swedes.
Sweet.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
I was doing my best Jimmy Van Schie impression.
$93.
Yeah, I just happened to just nip downstairs and I bumped into Johan after his previous victory over Richard McKee. He went, I'm getting through today.
93.
I said, good luck for the rest. And he said, no, I'm getting through today.
But you need that attitude. You need that attitude. Whatever the situation, you got to believe you got to get the job done, though, right?
96.
Do you know, I never like to hear it externally. I want the player to think that, but I never. And it goes way back to, I mean, I'll go off piece this time. It goes all the way back to when, remember James Wilson, Jamie Dodger?
60.
He was favourite to go and win Lakeside one year, and he was like, I'm going to go and I'm going to smash everybody. But it was bravado because he'd had a bit of an issue and lost first round to
Peter Savani.
Peter Savani. Well done, Henry.
The Swede.
60.
It was a turnip for the books.
Oh, God.
I mean, that's quality. See, it's quality over quantity.
83.
Although Neil Duff went the other way, didn't he? Predicted the scores in half his matches and got them correct.
180.
And I think I used that term that I've just said to you there as Jim hits a 180 there. That I don't like the fact that Neil's saying he's so confident. So he went against my theory on that one.
95.
Oh, wonderful
Jim,
last
you
hour. Great
require
camera
72.
angle to see. And you could just still see enough of it. We're advantage McEwan in this second leg. Going with throw at the moment. Another big 16. Leaves tops. This for 1-1.
32.
Don't know about you, but there's a little bit of me that expected him to sink that without any
170.
dramas whatsoever. This would be a tide turner. This really would be a changing of the tungsten tide if he'd found the big fish, but he can't do on this occasion.
105.
McEwan 3 more
Jim, you
tops.
require 40.
Usually so reliable on tops. But now the nerves are beginning to kick in just a little bit. All of a sudden those doubles can just get a
Game
little
shot the
bit
second
thinner.
leg, Jim McEwan.
But no problem whatsoever for Chucky. 1-1.
Back on terms in
Third leg
this
is Johan to throw first.
must-win
Game on.
match for the pair.
Yeah, you mentioned the word pair there. My first ever recollection of Jim McEwan was down at Chelsea. I know you've done some commentary yourself down at Chelsea.
97.
And it was the British Open pairs or the England Open pairs, a really big competition. And we played Jim McEwan in the final, and his partner at the time said Jim has carried him all the way through. He had these real big pink flights
180.
as he hits, and that's what he was doing all day. He said his partner was just saying, I'm not so sure how we've reached the final, Glenn, but he has just been insane.
Yeah, one of the weirdest commentary vantage points from Selzy. Literally commentated from a shower
140.
cubicle.
Well, the old Euro Tours, kitchens and toilets. The Leicester Pro Tours, the showers stink.
Perhaps ironic.
A bit like working with Edgar.
85. $41.
I've just realised I'm working with Trina tomorrow night, and I don't think I better be my best behaviour there.
140.
Perfect dart. This is a quality game. Absolute quality matchup.
180. Jim, you require 96.
Can McEwan respond to that, Max? Double 18. Ah, that's
Game shot in
stunning.
the third leg. Jim
Sublime,
McEwan.
wonderful, immaculate. Flawless darts from McEwan.
Fourth
An
leg
11
is Jim to
darter.
throw first.
Breaker throw 2-1 lead, averaging
up.
104 right now.
Yeah, look at those numbers. Said it was going to be a quality matchup between the pair of them. The carrot is dangling.
100.
The winner of this game will join Terry Nash on 10 points. And just looking at the in-play table, Henry.
96.
Legs difference. Terry Nash now out of the qualifying position.
Yeah, it was that big defeat, one at the 4-0 defeat to Dan Hands, that has caused him all of these problems that he
64.
now has to face for the remainder of the day. Johan Engstrom has been a different animal today in comparison to what we saw yesterday. From a
140.
ferret, he's turned into a lion. And he'll be hoping to roar his way towards glory tomorrow night.
We looked so what, sorry?
140.
He's looking to... No, I can't say it.
War is war.
That's why I'm so glad
37.
that we don't have a player here called Worry. Imagine him against Richard Rowlands.
$97.
Wonderful on the doubles. 3 180s. Both averaging over a ton. But the main stat is 2 legs to 1 to McEwan. He sat on a potential 2 dart. Very reminiscent of the last leg.
140.
Wonderful set
Jim,
of
you
play from the
require
Swede.
100.
But McEwan, that type of finish. It was a 96 in the previous. He hit the treble 20. Sweet as a nut. Tops. Wonderful
shot in the fourth
darts.
leg, Jim
Magnificent.
Well, this is a textbook example of how you win a game of darts. Break in 11 and then hold in
Fifth leg is
14.
Johan to
You
throw
become very
first.
hard to beat.
Game on.
And that's exactly what Jim McEwan is becoming here.
96.
B1 up, and maybe the McEwan train is perhaps back in motion. Just minutes after it looked like it was going to derail.
Yep, that opening game that he lost to Terry Nash, I thought, is that most people, that's the real sucker punch.
140.
But he's been here so many times to prove him when he won a panic. Patience is key. And is he playing the best darts out of everyone at the moment? Dan Hans is sat pretty. But Jim McEwan at this moment is
55.
averaging 107.
McEwan pushing on.
140.
Another 140. He's fourth for the game. Average of 108.5. He's just pushed Johan Engstrom from pillar to post in this game.
Yeah, darts is about timing, isn't it?
140.
Not only just in this game, because Engstrom has played his part in an unbelievable game. The game of the week, without a shadow of doubt. Engstrom has done nothing wrong whatsoever, but McEwan looks like a champion.
140.
Playing like a champion, championship winning darts at a time where he needed to stand up and be counted. 81 left after just 3 visits, with his average ticking just under the 110 mark. Johan Engstrom here, by the way,
145.
is averaging 103.5, and he's about to get battered.
His finishing has been superb. The match has been magnificent. The winner of this game goes into second place.
56. Johan, you require 65.
So 65 for Engstrom. Too good. Are you going to get the 1? And that one's at double 6.
59.
1 double
Jim,
12
you
will be the MO
require
here for Jim
25.
McEwan to wrap it up.
What an incredible game. Both have averaged a ton throughout. But it's Jim McEwan for double 12. Flawless
and the match,
performance
Jim
from Jim
McEwan.
McEwan. Absolutely sensational. Both players played their part in the game of the week. But it's Jim McEwan who's making his run just at the right time. Is that the end of Johan Engstrom? He's had a good day today. Look at his numbers in normal circumstances. We'd be waxing lyrical about those numbers, but McEwan was truly wonderful. Terry Nash, follow that. He's up next against Damien Grimes.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwan.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Have seen this afternoon in this Group C before the break, Jim McEwan got the better of Johan Engstrom by 4 legs to 1. Terry Nash lost to Richard McKee, and for Dan Hans, he's the man in control of his destiny. Any win now will be enough for him to seal his ticket. We can confirm that now by having a look at that particular table. Dan Hans 10 points, McEwan and Nash both on 10. Now that is pretty much going to be as good as job done for Dan Hansby. Wins one more. That's the tail of the tape as far as the table's concerned. We're going to see Terry Nash now in action against Damien Grimes, who is now in must-win territory. Somebody that at the beginning of the day I think we thought probably would make it through, particularly after winning his opening game against Jim McEwan. But since then, 2 defeats from those subsequent 2 games has seen his back firmly placed against the wall as he takes on Damien Grimes in game 10 of the session. For Damien, he's still looking for his first win. He's only picked up a solitary leg so far on this Friday. It has not gone to plan for the man from the Republic of Ireland up to press.
Well, how was the mindset of Terry Nash as well? I'd have expected him to beat Richard McKee, so this ain't a gimme despite that incredible stat of only 1 leg.
60. $140.
He was excellent in this game yesterday. Was Terry Nash, just shy of a 91 average.
Yeah, this was really when Terry came into his own. This was
59.
the portion of the day, wasn't it? This middle to end part where he really did begin to hit the straps and put his foot on the motor.
140.
That 91 average, incidentally, is his highest average of the week so far. His highest average today is 80.95. That's how the levels have dropped for the Welshman on Friday in comparison to his efforts on Thursday. But he's got 6 on this one, 6-4 to win the opening leg. Didn't have to attack it.
100.
And he's going to leave himself on 64 when he comes back.
Some really good darts today in this Group C.
85.
Really good. When you look at the
requires
permutations,
64.
if Terry was
44.
to win this game, Dan Hans is to lose the next game, and we could have carnage at the end.
$140.
140
Terry,
leads
you
Damo
require
on
20.
32. Nash double 10. Now looking at 5s.
10.
Cannot find, and so
Damien, you
Damo's back for
require
only a second leg
32.
of the day.
Yeah, Nash is feeling it, isn't he? Damo
shot in
feeling the
first leg,
heat.
Damien Grimes.
Leads 1-0.
Baker Crude,
Second leg is
17
Damien
darts.
to throw first. Game on.
This could turn out to be a nightmare for Nash. Look at him behind there. He looks a worried individual.
He can see it slip through his
46.
fingers, can't he? He knows everything he did so right yesterday has gone so wrong today.
85.
No 2 days are the same in this strange sport of ours.
95.
If Hans wins his next game, he moves on to 14 points.
41.
14 looks like it's the desired number to do.
Well, the only way to be able to go out on 14 points is if he has a disaster in the last one and the legs difference of the other 2 players correlate. If Terry Nash loses this game, then Dan Hans will be through. If he beats Johan Engstrom in the
60.
next.
$60. $100. Damien, you
Definitely
require
playing quicker, isn't he?
160.
Grimes is playing excellent.
$60. $48. Damien, you require 100.
So, a ton for Damo. 2 zips, surely tops. That's what he went for, not what he executed, but he is,
60.
unless Terry
you
Nash has got an
require
active intervention, going to be back for
167.
tops.
Not happening for Terry.
43. Damien, you require 40.
This for a 2-0 lead. Been a nightmare day for Damo so far.
$30. Terry, you require 124.
Well,
92.
he is now
Damien,
in
you
the land
require
of hope.
10.
And that hope is that Damien Grimes misses 3 at 5s. Two 2s.
8. Terry, you require 32.
Well. That
Game
might
shot in the
settle
second
Terry
leg,
Nash
Terry
down.
Nash.
And not because he put the afterburners, not because he got better, not because of his skill.
Third leg is Terry
It was
to
the
throw first.
errors.
Game on.
6 misstarts to go 2-0 up there for Grimes. I thought Nash might have
41.
kicked in there.
But sometimes in this sport, sometimes you don't have to be good. You just have to be lucky, don't you, Glenn?
I don't know. I never was. I didn't have much luck on my side.
41.
Pure skill and ability. One of only 8 players ever to win the
40.
Premier League. Yet you give me absolutely no credit whatsoever.
It's because there's no ranking money on it.
Doesn't matter. You're obsessed with money. Money doesn't... You keep the money. Keep the money.
140.
There you go. There's $5,000. There you go.
55. $46.
But the points of the play, sometimes you do need that little bit of the grass being green for yourself.
Never won a tournament without a bit of luck. I can't imagine. Maybe Taylor's dominated a competition throughout there,
100.
but each player who comes across has had a moment in a competition where you need just that little bit of luck.
You look at some of Michael van Gerwen's runs in tournaments. There was always a game where he was in trouble, come out of it the other side, and that was it.
28.
You just knew once he got over that hurdle, he's going on and he's winning the thing.
Is he the best player you've ever seen, or would you still stick with Taylor?
69.
There's a lot to this conversation and a lot to this argument.
Yeah, I agree.
As in, when Taylor was at his pomp, there was a lot of things that were different. I mean, I watched a video of the '97 World Final between him and Priestley, the boards, the size of the trebles and things like that. There's so many different things that are in
140.
play that there's generational differences between Taylor and Van Gogh, and it actually makes the comparison rather more difficult in terms of their
100.
natural ability.
Damien, you
Greatest of all
require
time will always be Phil,
106.
100%. But in terms of raw natural ability, a lot of things differentiate from one to the other. As Grimes looks at 106. Double 16.
Game shot in the third leg. Damien
Damo,
Grimes.
that's more like it.
I
Fourth
thought
leg
Nash
is
was going over
Damien
to the
throw
speaker there.
first. Game on.
We do have Richie Bennett back tonight. He sort of kept all his emotions in check last night, didn't he? And then that final game. Poor Steve West was on the end of that, but luckily
57.
just got over the line. Looking forward to Group B tonight. Lewis Gurney was magnificent last night.
He really was.
96.
Looking forward to watching him. Looking forward to watching all those players tonight.
What are you doing on AI now?
35.
I was just having a look at some stats.
$135.
Perfect dar for Grimes.
$140.
Terry Nash is going to win this match. He's going to have to break Grimes.
60.
Just looks so silky smooth, doesn't he?
87.
However, that's a bit of a slip with the last start there. The intention was correct. And the jerk him off. Fidgety
95.
rhythm player Nash. He's scrapping for everything at the moment. It doesn't look pretty, but he's in the mix.
Most certainly is.
128. Terry, you require 115.
115 for Nash to level up at 2-2. Oh, he's missed a big number, and that
75.
could well be a
Damien, you
turning
require
point.
54.
Because Grimes is back for 54 for 3-1.
Yeah, criminal to miss the big number. That's smack bang in the middle. And the way it's going for Nash. You feel this double 10's going to go.
34. Terry, you require 40.
Tots for Terry for 2-2.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Well,
Terry
he's
Nash.
got away with one, and he knows that level we are.
It's not pretty, is it? It's by hook or by crook. He's just hanging in there.
Fifth leg is Terry.
However,
so
would you
throw
rather be
first.
averaging 76.95 and making it through and winning games, or would you rather be Johan Engstrom averaging 101.6 and losing?
I get the point, but I'm also looking at the bigger picture as well, like how he's dealing with this situation of being at the top, that expectation of getting through there. It's almost like he just give me the winning line now.
45.
Because we know Saturday night's a totally different competition. I say forget qualification. It feels different. The atmosphere in these electric these days.
60.
The players react differently. It's played at a time that suits them better. So it's just about qualification, and I'm not really enjoying what Terry is doing right now.
Oh yeah, it won't be
96.
quiet in here tomorrow night. It will be rambunctious inside the live lounge when Jimmy Van Schie takes to the stage.
123.
I think we've already nominated a Jimmy Van Schie Steve West fan, haven't we?
$32. $59. $60.
I wonder if all the Jimmy Van Schie fans are saving themselves for Pompey v Southampton.
140.
Better from Terry Nash. What a leg of darts this is when he needed it most.
Championship game of the weekend, Glenn, I'll have you know. Now that
44.
was a
Terry, you require
slight misstep there
38.
from Damien. It's going to be relevant.
Game shot in the 5th leg.
And Nash went
Terry
straight for the
Nash.
double nine. He's route one, isn't he, Terry Nash? If there's a target to go for, he's just going to go for it. Very old school in that sense.
6th
And he
leg
needs
is
3-2.
Damien to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, there was a lot to like about him yesterday. I say at times today we've seen his vulnerabilities. If he does get through, he'll be super relieved. Dan Hans is up next.
100.
Feels a while since we've seen him. Johan Engstrom, who's been excellent today, but has his race been run?
44.
Five more games to go after this one.
Yeah, it feels like a really
78.
quick afternoon it's been, doesn't it? We were almost, dare I say, highlighting the fact that it felt very laboured yesterday. Far from it
100.
today. Real quality Group C campaign. There's lots of drama. Lots of one-sided games. A splattering of 4-3s as well. Well,
84.
I said the last few times I've been down here, Henry, the Group C's been my favourite group because of that 2 from 6.
140.
Certainly creates a dynamic. Definitely be a dynamic to tonight's action in Group B.
A couple of good headliners next week. We already talked about Neil Duff.
44.
We've got Richie Howson as well. Jamie Atkins, I think, has got a title in him.
Yeah, Jamie could kind of do with a
59.
good week here just to kind of get his season going because 2025 hasn't quite gone to the same sort of plan that 2024 did.
Yeah.
I know that he's looking forward to the week. I was speaking to his manager last night and
45.
he's very
Terry,
much
you require
relishing getting back
158.
on the big stage and putting things right more than anything.
58. Damien, you require 150.
To take us the distance. He'll stay there because that's plumb. For double 18.
115. Terry, you require 100.
Well, this for a 4-2 win. Gabe will probably scratch his head wondering how he's won.
60.
And he almost found it with tops.
Damien, you require 35.
Not for the first time this week, may we add. Will he be back? 2 dart to double 16. Nash can't look. Down to the wire.
3. Terry, you require
Well, that
40.
an ironic thumbs up, and this should be that.
20.
But the drama
Damien, you require
goes
32.
on.
Just opening the bed.
Game shot in the 6th.
Perfectly
Damien
executed.
Grimes.
3-3. Terry Nash is not making it easy. However, he does have the darts. And he has won a
7th
match
and
today,
final leg is
4-3
Terry to
already.
throw first. Game
3
on.
important darts coming up. Or are those 3 darts at top still lingering?
83.
Jerky, isn't he? He's just...
He's completely tensed up, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Everything that was so controlled
45.
yesterday has turned into a real sense of panic right now. He's just got to try and hold it all in. But I tell you what, credit where credit's due, because
127.
he must be feeling it right now.
His brain will be fried, won't it? You're just playing off instinct right now. You'll
60.
be delighted to hear your scores of 45 and 60 for Damo.
But this is a real get out of jail free card if he wins this game, Terry Nash.
81.
Let's get that right.
I would love to see his last dart average for this week.
I wonder if ChatGPT has that.
135.
I like the fact that you wrote, hello, it's Henry Deacon, commentator of Modus, as if it's your friend.
60.
And they're like, hi, Henry. Better. Just when you think that Nash has got this.
140.
that's magnificent.
Terry, you require
That
150.
is truly superb. That's not bad either. Double 15.
120. Damien, you require 121.
Decision to make for Nash. We mentioned the fact how direct he goes, old school. He went for a double 19, didn't hesitate about thinking the split.
41. Terry, you require 30.
Big moments.
His week may well be decided on what happens in the next couple of moments.
22.
It may well be decided
Damien, you
on
require
that miss
80.
at double 4. Grimes back for the match.
What a dart. Terry Nash can't look. Wire. Grimes
Game
wins
shot
a
and
thriller.
match, Damien Grimes.
7 darted again, and Terry Nash is faltering in the final furlong. Damien Grimes gets over the line. Chances galore there for Terry Nash, and the big winner there could be Dan Hans and Jim McEwan. And there's the stats as we look at that, but it was just all about match play. They slugged it out to the end, but Grimes gets over the line, and it's Hans v Engstrom next.
$54. Charlie McEwan, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the last 45 minutes been an absolute nightmare for Terry Nash. Terry Nash has pretty much dominated this Group C. overnight. Sat pretty on 8 points. Opened up with a top-of-the-table clash against Jim McEwan and got over the line 4-3. But expected wins against Richard McKee, who was on 0 points when he played him, and Damien Grimes, who was yet to win a match today. But Terry Nash in the past 45 minutes has lost both games 4-3 and is now floundering a little bit for qualification.
First leg is Dan to throw first. Game on.
And whilst he's had all his problems, Dan Hans approaching the hockey now, as they understand that if he can win this game, Henry, he is through and will become our
60.
second player through to Saturday night.
Mainly because Terry Nash now can only get to 12 points in this group. And it would also mean that a defeat here would leave Johan Engstrom in a position where he would not be able to qualify through, because he'd get to a he can get to a maximum of 10 points, but the legs difference would be too big a gap to try and bridge, I believe. I'll put it, it'd be close to 0 anyway with a defeat here for Johan.
Yeah, it was a 4-3 game, this one, yesterday. I really enjoyed it. Dan Hans just getting over the line in it. But I'm wondering how much of the stuffing's been knocked out of Johan Engstrom after that wonderful, wonderful game with Jim McEwan. The pair of them were just averaging over a ton, peppering the 105 average, the pair of them during the time, and maybe thought that's his race run.
Yeah, it's one of those where you just got to put your hand up and just so the opponent played better. But in that time, in that space, it just frustrates, annoys even more. But Dan knows that there's a task in hand. He said yesterday morning, didn't he, when he walked into the building, he had a chance to make it through last time. He didn't take it. This time he wants to make sure he makes best use of it. And he is putting his front foot forward here.
I think he has that dynamic game where he can ask questions tomorrow night as well.
85.
So I think he's a welcome addition.
160.
Just needs to be solid throughout this game. He's shone brightly today, that's for sure.
45.
We haven't seen his toy dinosaur this week. He had a T-Rex toy the last time he was here. The second tungsten T-Rex we've seen
95.
on this stage.
Daniel require 150.
I'm just disappointed there's been no tungsten teaser today as Dan Hans looks at 115.
95. Johan, you
I do
require
have one if you want it.
120.
Engstrom 120. Missed the big number, and he's going to possibly be made to pay the price for it.
20.
Well, Dan Hans's Achilles heel, he said last time, was the doubles, which seems to have rectified that situation. And that all-round play that we've been striving for, he continues to march on.
Second leg is Johan to throw first.
And the win here would be 4 wins out of 4. We had this conversation, can a player run through the card today? And we did feel if there was one player who had that flair, that style, that game, that
100.
power scoring, was Mr. Hans. And yeah, good job. 3 legs away now from Saturday night.
60.
Your first Saturday qualification for Danny was to make it through. Now, Glenn, are you ready for today's tungsten teaser?
Yay!
28.
It's Asian tour themed.
I'll get it. I'm obsessed with it. I love it.
Alexis Toilo is looking to retain his
77.
status as the top-ranked player on the Asian Tour Order of Merit as the tour comes to a conclusion this weekend. But can you name the last player to win that Tour Order of Merit back in 2023?
Could be Lawrence Lagan. It could be Christian Perez. It could be
60.
Let me have a think. I've really enjoyed the Asian players at Alexander Palace this year. The past couple of years, sorry. Good question.
125.
I'll stick with Lawrence Lagan.
Lawrence Lagan is correct. Tonight, there will be no tungsten teaser.
Boo.
However, we've got a new game.
Yeah.
called The Missing Link.
45.
Dun 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 dun.
60.
I thought you'd be
Johan,
the
you require
appropriate guinea pig for the new game.
131.
Because I know how much you love a game. And you love a quiz, egghead. Triple 17. Tots would have been the execution there on the 131.
91. Daniel
Excellent
require
darts.
119.
Tricky finish to 119. Even trickier now, because it can't be done. Engstrom looking good for 1-1.
42. Johan, you require 40.
For a level game. Double 10. 2 5s.
35. Daniel requires
Two
77.
Treble 19 will be the shot. Well, he's really just needs to get that focus together.
Yeah.
Still an opportunity with the treble 14 for double 16.
45. Johan, you require 5.
Well, this full level game at 1-1.
Game shot in the second
That
leg.
double two's
Johan
been good for the
Engstrom.
players this week. It really has. I've been very complimentary
Third
of
leg
Dan.
is Dan to throw first. Game on.
So I will add my constructive criticism, and he can go quiet for the odd leg here and there.
140.
And that's something you'll need to try and eradicate from his game, because once again, back to normality now. A stunning 140 to start.
I should say that the Asian Tour Order Merit is a completely different thing to the Asian
100.
Championship, because I had a text saying Muamatsu won 2023. That was the Asian Championship.
140.
Nightalagan won that last year. That will take place this year. And I've had a very nasty text with the hashtag cancel the tungsten teaser.
Hopefully it's from Chris Murphy, is it?
43. $134. $54. Daniel require 87.
I was looking for treble 10 there.
47.
With 70 left, unable to get, but he's going to round up for tops after 12. Good leg this one, Dan. Put him 2 away from qualification.
I get the sense that Johan went back and just had his head in his hands after that 102 average in
134.
defeat.
Daniel require
Because this
40.
has been by far his worst game today. This for a 2-1 lead for Dan.
Game shot in the third leg. Dan
14
Hans.
dart for Dan Hans, but I agree with you. I think Johan Enstrom's had the stuffing knocked out of him.
Fourth leg is Johan to throw
Just looks like a
first.
man
Game on.
who played so well, lost, knows his chances against the wall, and just looks completely dejected
58.
as a result. Has been unable to get himself back up here.
80. $28.
I've got a question for you. What did desperate Dan used to eat?
100.
Is it cow pie?
I'm not very happy with our production team in the ears giving the answers there, but they didn't help me with Lawrence Lagan.
Thanks to my brilliant director Paul for digging me out of that
140.
hole. Otherwise, I would have spent all day shopping around for an answer.
60.
Sorry.
I know that shopping means you have to spend money, so I think you'd struggle there, wouldn't you?
Hey, I bought a kettle yesterday.
120. 140. Johan, you require 155.
155 for Johan. To level up at 2-2. Oh, double 19.
136.
It was almost super sweets for the sweet
Daniel
ferret.
require
The
121.
Master Blaster. Treble 17.
57. Johan, you
Very
require
up
19.
and down performance from Dan. Just needs to be careful. No problems whatsoever. Double 8.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Like I say, it's
Johan
great to
Engstrom.
see we're getting people from the international flavour. And one of the players who's played in that stage recently, Jason
Fifth leg
Brandon,
is Dan to throw
he'll be at the
first.
World Series of Darts tonight. Did you see much from him to say he can do some damage?
I think it was very sporadic. I think his A game is there to compete, but I think with Jason, I think it's like a lot of players that we see in this building. The A game can compete with the top players in the world, but the reason why they're playing here and not playing on the Pro Tour is because that B game is just not there to be competitive enough.
Oh, excellent point. I like it when you're serious. It's such a good answer.
100.
Tonight, Kevin Duetz takes on Jermaine Watamina, Christopher Tysky against Josh Rock, Damon Hetter, Joe Cullen, Mike DeDecker, Gabriel Clements, Luke Humphries, James Wade, Wrestle Nyman, Michael Van Gogh, and I think that'll be game of the night. Stephen Bunting, Danny Noppert, and Rob Cross
57.
against Hupai Puha.
Can I just ask you the first player's name again?
Kevin Duetz.
Dirts.
60.
There it is.
Hence his walk-on. So it's not Duets. Dirts.
100.
What name can I not say? Which player?
James Wade.
82.
Ratajski, not Ratajski. I see the J.
Didn't he play in a World Masters once upon a time?
Yes, he was a world master.
60.
One of the competitions only the greats win. Me and Trina will be here on Saturday night. We can talk as much as you want about world championships,
44.
world masters. Between us,
Johan,
we've
you
won that
require
many.
161.
That's why I don't get that same feeling when I'm working with you, because you haven't been there and done it.
Hey, I'm the only person who always finds himself here on a Saturday.
Because we've got
82.
nobody else.
Dan, you
As
require
Dan Hans looks at 134,
134.
it'll be treble 18. Or is he looking downstairs?
58.
Is this game just
Johan, you
passing him
require
by all of a sudden?
79.
Because Engstrom seems to have come through the back door, and all of a sudden now, if this 79 finish goes, that's the right decision for Big 20. Can he just guide it into that top? What an angle that is. Oh,
Game shot in
yes,
the fifth
beautiful.
leg, Johan Engstrom.
Outstanding, and once again, the players at the top of the table are really beginning to struggle today. Dan Hans had this whole competition in
Sixth
the
leg is
palm of his
Johan to
hands.
throw first. Game up.
Now he's got work to do.
Can I give off my Henner's tip for upset of the World Series?
41.
Call Decker to beat Raymond van Barneveld.
Ah, good shout.
Playing some good darts at the minute is Decker.
The fact that Barney's in Amsterdam, though, you don't think that's a distinct
43.
advantage, and that's going to motivate him? Because I always think the reason Barney just... Is he lacking a little bit of motivation these days? I don't know.
Just everything just looks really hard work
100.
from him at the minute. I mean, even when he was playing here with the seniors, it felt forlorn from Barneveld.
140.
Did
58.
you get a semi at the World Series once?
I mean, the
100.
joking aside, it's obviously when I won the Premier League, I was expected to get the World Series invite, but COVID. So I never got the chance to go to Australia, Bahrain, New York. Got stuck in Portsmouth with you.
41.
What do you mean? We've got a great big tower. We've got a great football stadium.
100.
We've got the Modus Live Lounge.
And we've got a cracking game in front of us that's coming to its conclusion now. And Dan Hans has done exactly what he needs to. He needs to break him in Engstrom. What do you do to fill this one up? It looks so awkward, that first start.
81.
Advantage,
Daniel
Dan.
required 118.
118 plays 180.
20 scored. 40.
Veered off to the left. But still should have no hiccups in terms of winning this leg. As we enter the 16th minute of this contest, we're on the cusp of a last leg decider.
140. Daniel requires 78.
Engstrom's out on top, so this doesn't go.
What a massive 2 darts. He would have the darts in the last.
58. Johan, you require 40.
So tops for Johan Engstrom to get the job done.
Game
In
shot.
it goes.
And Johan
And
Engstrom.
just about in the equation is Johan Engstrom. He beats Dan Hans by 4 legs to 2. It means that Dan will have to wait till that final game. Coming up next, Richard McKee takes on Jim McEwan.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And who wants to qualify from this Group C? Terry Nash has made things very difficult for himself, and Dan Hans had the opportunity to become the second player through to Saturday night. But he fluffed his lines with a defeat to Johan Engstrom by 4-2. And Dan Hans' final game is against Jim McEwan. And I think I heard Chucky chuckling at the way that Nash and Hans have both given Jim a real opportunity to put himself in a fantastic position. He is up against Richard McKee, who's finally...
Richard to throw first. Game on.
He's finally won a game. Richard McKee actually beat Terry Nash to play that spoiler role. But the way things are going, Henry, it's what a bizarre ending to this Group C, and very reminiscent of the Group A that we've had already. A funny old week.
The handing position's over like a ladder in an episode of Chucklevision. To me, to you, to me, to you.
100.
The question to you, Glenn, is who do you think does get through from here?
Honestly, Jim McEwan. I think he's the only one who's not really falling apart around there. Terry Nash has just looked
58.
jittery and nervy. Dan Hans had his opportunity there. At times he looks wonderful. At times he falls asleep on there. But in the midst of everything, this man in your picture is just who had his own problems at the beginning of the day with that opening defeat.
96.
But since then, he's looked the one player who's not been affected by the situation. And if he can get over the line here, I'll let you go through your permutations with the group table, because so many players on 12 and 10 points that it could come down to legs difference, Henry.
Well, McKee wins this game. It means that him and Hans are both on 12 points. They play in the last game. Engstrom and Nash should be on 12 points. They play in game 13. The winner of that one would give
85.
themselves at least a chance going into that final game, depending on what happens in the final game and legs difference and things like that. In short, there's still a lot
99.
of jiggery pokery to come in this group.
Yet only 4 games to go. That last game, Jim McEwan versus Dan Hans, and potential that they're both on 12 points. And not just about qualification. I'm sure anyone will take qualification now. But the runner-up in this
60.
group would open up against Jimmy Van Schie tomorrow night as well. So there's that to consider also. There's the consideration that McKee could continue spoiling and McEwan doesn't win this
58.
game. It's almost like we're giving the points to
160.
Jim already.
Which got that elusive win last time out, but is that just a flickering moment of success this week? McEwan is going to find the 1-6. So McKee back for 1-2-6 then to take the opening leg of the contest.
85. Richard, you require
Such a good first start there from Jim. You can see the frustration with that last start. Start the 19s. Does he need to move? There's your answer for bullseye.
95. Jim, you require 75.
Two darts, a double 12. Trapdoor.
Game shot
Is
the first
found,
leg.
and
Jim
McEwan eventually gets the break. He moves one up.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
We haven't seen many of those darts from Jim today.
$41.
If you're looking at 2 key strengths of a player to win a week here at the Modus Super Series, what would they be?
Reliability.
39.
And ability to take out big shots at big sides. And when I mean that, I don't mean like 1, 5, 6 things like that. It's that ability of taking out those 82s, those 76s, when your opponent sat on a double, cancelling out opportunities for the opposition.
59.
I know it's a cliched phrase, but it's a cliche phrase for a reason. Doing the right things at the right time, because this really is a timing, particularly when you're playing a best of 7. And it all boils down to that.
100.
Saturday night, when you're playing for the bags, you're playing a best of 7 game. And to win a best of 7 game, you've got to find the right stuff in the right moments. It's a moments game. Ultimately, a
59.
£25,000 match is decided off a best of 7. And as you know all too well, you spent your career mopping up best of 7 games. Sometimes that one moment just changes the whole outcome of the game, and sometimes you just got to find that moment in a match.
58.
And also that ability to scrap away. As much as Terry Nash hasn't played well, he's managed to pick the points up, irrespective at times. And he could squeeze through, averaging probably for the day around about 10 points for you than Johan Engstrom.
41.
And not always do we see the best players win a week.
140.
Actually, I think it seldom happens that statistically the best player wins a week here.
Yeah, it's so tough to pick the winner. For me, attitude, application,
60. Richard, you
Preparation.
require 164.
I just think in every word you were saying there, Jim McEwan ticks that box. But it's McKee who's dominated this second leg. Can he finish it with plumb?
116. $60. Richard, you require 48.
So 48 for Richard McKee to level up at 1-1. Tops it is.
8.
Doesn't go, but he has got time on his side.
$57. Richard, you require 40.
For 1-1.
Game shot in the second leg. Richard McKee.
At the beginning of yesterday, these two players were 13-8 joint favourite.
Third leg, it's Richard to throw first.
Well, this game a bit of a slow burner. Dan Hands won a match in 6 minutes 12 seconds. The first 2 legs of this one's taken 6 minutes and 34
140.
seconds.
You're obsessed with timings today, aren't you? Are you in a rush? I owe you an apology, by the way. Rather has been in touch. I'm Dutch, and Henry Deacon's pronunciation of Doots
32.
was more accurate than yours, Glenn. Sorry, mate.
Oh, we'll make it up later. Take you out for an Italian.
41.
That's creepy.
Have you missed me?
No. I've quite enjoyed the fact that we've fallen out.
140.
I thought that was going to fall out for a second there. Jim McEwan's going to play a big part of the
43.
ending to this group. Say he plays 2 of these last 4 games.
$97.
More like it.
177.
Much more like it. Much more like the caliber of player that we saw pick up a weekly title in just the previous series. What kind of response has McEwan got?
A big one.
180.
An outstanding one.
Richard, you require 100.
Decisions. Looks like the eye lines to the tops. There's one.
80. Jim, you require 52.
So McEwan back for 52 for the break of a 2-1 lead. Double top it is. 2 10s, big dart. Big dart.
32.
Oh, it
Richard, you require
skims
20.
skims the wire.
Game shot in the third leg, Richard McKee.
Smack bang in the middle. McKee, who has already beaten top of the table at the time, Terry Nash.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Walks into this game against the informed play of the past hour, 90 minutes in Jim McEwan. And we called him the spoiler yesterday, and that he still could play a part in the outcome of this competition. Dan Hans would be the big winner here if
140.
McKee can get over the line. It brings Nash back into the equation. He's up next against Johan Engstrom. That's certainly not a gimme. What Engstrom are we going to get?
57.
And in between that final game, Jim McEwan, Dan Hans, we've got Damien Grimes and Richard McKee, which is nothing can happen without purely about playing for pride.
Yeah, that the first dead rubber of the week. In fact, we're not going to get many dead rubbers
100.
because tonight's quite competitive, isn't it, in Group B?
$10 points get through tonight, do you think?
Mathematically it does because
100.
every player's picked up a win, so 10 points will be enough. Yeah, the only time it's not is for the players on 0 because there is still 4 players that can finish on that particular points total.
140.
Trying to put his foot down now, Jim. It's a good leg on throw, but the problem is at some point he's going to have to find a break to win this contest.
94.
Do you
Jim,
sense he's going to do that? Does he find a way of doing that?
I think he's got a couple more gears right now than Richard. Has he got a 1-2-1 finish in his locker? Not this time, but he's got plenty of time.
65. $44. Jim, you require 56.
This for 2-2. You know, the MO Big 16 to leave tops.
$36.
We'll be back with McKee. Languished on 206. McEwan then 210s
58.
for
Jim, you
2-2, a level
require
match.
20.
And we'll put him a couple of legs away from putting his destiny into his own hands. How many times has he clipped the wire on that double 10?
No score.
Goodness me. He
Richard,
has
you
been
require
all over that
148.
target without finding it.
Well, this would stink.
$100.
Well,
Jim,
done
you
there.
require 20.
Piles the pressure on this. Can't afford to miss any more, McEwan.
Oh, I think we all fancied that first dart, but it looks an inviting marker.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Certainly
Jim
was.
McEwan.
2-2.
Fifth leg is Richard to throw first. Game on. $85. $45.
Shake of the head there for me because that first dart was
140.
such a good dart. But the 140 already early in this leg makes him a big, big favourite for it.
$100.
Just keeps him involved. For McKee, can he replicate the ton of his opponent? Can he beat the ton? Can he fill it or 140? He'll take McKee demonstrating the qualities, Henry, that we expected to see yesterday.
Yeah, he's grafting away at the task. And fair play to him. We said it earlier on. It could have been so easy for him just to kind of put his head in his hands, admit defeat to the task. But He's putting it up to McEwan here. I know it's only on throw, admittedly, but this has been a really strong leg, and McEwan is absolutely nowhere to be seen. It may be a case where he may have to win his last 2 to put himself in contention going into the last round of fixtures. Could well be a case of another twist and another turn in this group. Tops after 12 for McKee. What a 140 would do to apply pressure. What a max would give to apply pressure. For time like a Swiss watch.
Richard, you require 40.
Well, he hasn't been great in his doubles all week. And the heart will be racing. Wow.
No score. Jim, you require
Unbelievable.
76.
How does McEwan do these things? It's not by luck. Because he does it too many times to do. He put the pressure on. He do the hard work. 73 points left. Treble 19. It's almost like Henry did the hard work.
36.
The hard work was the setting up. You've got to finish off. And what did we say earlier? Key success here is taking things like 76 out when opponents are on doubles. McEwan was unable to. But is he going to get a second chance? Knows the answer. Top corner on the double 5. Sees McKee win leg 5 and move 3-2 to the good.
I was trying to look out my vantage point there just to see the reaction there from Jim, but I just think we caught it at the end because it's almost like hit it with the first dart, don't hit it with the 6th dart when I'm right behind you then. Is this one going the distance?
Hope can be the worst 4 letters
140.
in a dart player's dictionary. Because if McKee took that first time of asking, McEwan will just move on to the next leg. But the fact that he had an opportunity is just going to, inside, annoy him a little bit. Has to win the last 2.
57. $43.
I wonder if Dan Hans is watching this. He would be in a wonderful position if Jim McEwan was to lose this one. And guess what? The last game of the day, McEwan v Hans.
Yeah, Dan's going to be doing a lot of watching.
94.
No, I don't necessarily know whether that's a good thing or not.
Well, they both could be through by the time. Because I haven't got the confidence right now the way Terry Nash must be thinking. He's up against Johan Engstrom next.
40.
Johan Engstrom could be looking at legs 1.
Well, McEwan is digging in as you'd expect him to. 170 set up to leave himself on tops after 12. Real classy leg. Just when he needed it the most. Just when things were beginning to go against the tide for him.
140. Jim, you require 40.
Yeah, magnificent response. We saw the devastation from him from that previous leg. But he knows how to respond. He got to double 10 earlier. He had his trials and tribulation on his doubles then.
30.
And that can get messy. This leg is not over. If you can put pressure on this 178, needs the treble. Make your opponent think. This leg's not over.
100. Jim, you require 10.
For parity. For a level game. If he doesn't get this, McKee should get a match start. He's going to get a look. He's going to get a look at the 78.
Richard, you require 78.
Well, he beat Terry Nash to get his first win. Can the spoiler do the ultimate damage to Jim McEwan?
58.
Match start, come and
Jim, you
gone.
require 2.
The Madhouse for leg 7.
No score.
Drops low.
Richard, you require
So
20.
uncharacteristic of Jim McEwan. What on earth is happening this week? Chaotic week, it really
Game
is.
start and the
And
match,
McKee gets his
Richard McKee.
second win. And Jim McEwan, so sporting as always. But Richard McKee's 2 wins has been against top of the table Terry Nash and Jim McEwan, who's seen as the favourite to qualify from this group. We are head scratching here at the Modus Super Series. We'll let you know all the permutations up next with Terry Nash against Johan Engstrom.
$54. Charlie McEwan, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
required
gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to enter the final round of matches. Before the break, Richard McKee got the better of Jim McEwan by 4 legs to 2. We enter the final round of matches now, and this is how the table looks going into it. It's Dan Hands who leads the way. It's incredibly tight at the top. He's on 12. He's got his destiny in his hands. Jim McEwan, Terry Nash and Johan Engstrom all on 10 points. Nash and Engstrom go head-to-head in a few moments' time. McEwan goes head-to-head with Hands in the final game of the day. Grimes on 8, McKee on 4 further down the ticket. So here we go then into the final round of fixtures. We go on this Friday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Porto, and we kick off with a meeting between Johan Engstrom and Terry Nash. Now, in terms of the legs difference, it's incredibly tight between the 3 players on 10 points. The winner will move on to 12 points in the group. Engstrom can qualify with a 4-0 or 4-1 victory against Terry due to the fact that Jim McEwan plays
leg is
Dan
Johan
Hand
to throw first.
in the final game of the group.
Game on.
Well, he said he was going to qualify earlier, did Johan? But a big ask to beat Terry Nash 4-0 or 4-1.
36.
When they played in their first game yesterday. Nash was excellent. He won the game 4-1.
100.
It just hasn't been the case. It felt like he did the hard work earlier, but against the players he was expected to beat today, Terry, he's faltered. And now he's second favourite to qualify.
100.
As for Terry Nash, he's a leg better off in terms of the legs difference. So for
60.
him, the margin of victory doesn't have to be as big. You'd only need a full 2 victory or better in this game to
59.
make it through, because of the same route that Johan would be dealt with.
100.
It feels like knockout darts now, Henry, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is the serious business. This is the serious point, and realistically, everything that's happened before is now a complete and utter irrelevance. It's all based on this
79.
one game. How much they know about permutations, I don't quite know, because it's a fairly tricky one.
Yeah, well, we're not 100% certain.
83.
We've let you know exactly what Johan has to do in there, so I can't imagine. And I get the sense of both players, they're just focusing on the game. We've seen some unbelievable moments on that stage where people have qualified, they've not realised. People who think they've qualified and they haven't.
100.
I guess the best thing they need to do is just get up there and play the game.
And it might well be a game based on big
58.
moments.
Johan, you require 127.
127 would give him a foothold in the game.
It's got a chance. It is the bullseye.
94.
They've been miles away for the bullseye, the players today, haven't they?
Yeah, glad we're not doing the bullseye challenge this week. Tots and Nash. We're nowhere near that either.
40. Johan, you require 33.
He's usually so good with the tops. He's done that a few times. And looks an excellent effort earlier on today, but it's advantage Engstrom. Double 12. I didn't like that first dart there when you're going to go for the double next to you. You can just
17.
see Nash behind.
Terry, you
I
require
think Terry
60.
could just concentrate, maybe look at the floor rather than look at the games. That's flat. And that's
Game shot in the
1-0.
first leg,
Super darts,
Terry
Terry
Nash.
Nash.
And realistically, Johan cannot afford Terry Nash to get to 2. He can still
Second leg
qualify
is
for 4-2
Terry,
or
so
4-3
throw
win, but
first.
it's
Game on.
dependent on external factors in the final game. Loser of this game is out.
140.
I wonder if Keegan Brown, who we'll see tonight, went back to the Isle of Wight. You know, there was problems with the crossing with the weather.
100.
Or did he stay in Portsmouth and come back fighting tonight?
60.
Considering that I saw him and Richie Burnett coming out of a Portsmouth food establishment with a bottle of Fanta in their hands, I'm assuming that he's staying in a hotel.
No kebabs?
I can't investigate what the food was.
180.
All I know, it was a great big bottle of pop.
41.
If Richie does want to have a pot noodle, I bought a brand new kettle, just so you know.
No, he's got his radiator with it.
$60. $100. Johan, you require 161.
Once again, the last start for Nash. It's the battle of the big finishers. It's Johan first with the 161. The trickier of the two. Not even close.
$125. Terry, you require 160.
So 160 for Terry to double his lead to 2-0. Can't be done this time. And so Engstrom back for 36
Johan, you
to
require
break
36.
back and to square the game up at 1-1.
Oh, look at that angle.
Game
What
shot
a
in the
dart
second
that
leg,
is.
Johan Engstrom.
Because we saw that second angle there where it was covering so much of the double 18. Beautiful.
Third leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game
Levels,
on.
you devils. Just waiting for the blue touch paper to
60.
be lit in this game.
Yeah, speaking of food establishments, did you enjoy your 12 inches earlier?
60.
You cannot beat a foot long. Reminds me of Lakeside. That was my go-to. In the end, you get so superstitious as a player that you can't beat a good foot long.
123.
What would be in your sub?
Italian BMT. A Bosch.
57.
I had chicken, bacon, pepperoni, double mozzarella, red onion, peppers, chipotle.
Sounds good to me, H. And that'll sound good
125.
to Johan Engstrom. His scoring is just beginning to take control of this game.
43. $100.
Needs a max.
81.
It's been
Johan,
a
you
really
require
disappointing
93.
day for Terry Nash. Is this match beginning to go away from him because Johan Engstrom is timing his side on his 93. Treble 14. And a big fat 20.
53.
Tops left.
55.
And remember, it's
Johan,
crucial
you
for
require 40.
Johan to keep Terry on 1 for as long as he possibly can. If he gets this, he could potentially be within 2 a qualification.
Game shot in the
Finds
third
it,
leg. Johan
and he moves
Engstrom.
2-1 to the good. If he can win 2 on the spin, he's through. He
Fourth
did say he
leg is
would.
Terry to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, there's time to digest whatever happens because we do have that dead rubber up next with Damien
57.
Grimes, who's found some form today. He plays Richard McKee, who's had 2 wins himself. And then the massive game at the end, first against second, McEwan against Hans. But Engstrom is just getting on with what he has to do.
100.
Just a reminder what Henry mentioned, 4-1 for Engstrom means he becomes the second player through to Saturday night.
57.
And if Engstrom gets to 3, Terry Nash cannot qualify in this game, although a 4-3 win would still give him a chance. Effectively, this is a swing leg in this match.
$80. $83.
Perfect. Just begging for more.
180.
Begging for the max. The Swede is on a roll.
I thought that was the Swiss.
60. Johan, you require 141.
How do you make a Swiss roll?
Push it downhill.
$65.
76 left, and this would be the break which puts Johan Engstrom in the perfect position because he'd have the
100.
darts then to
Johan,
make
you
it through.
require 76.
He looks determined. 60 points left. He uses that flat dart so he doesn't have to manoeuvre around the hockey. Just a slight touch to the left.
56. Terry, you require 144.
Oh, what a moment this would be. What a moment this would be. But he couldn't find the second treble 18, and so Engstrom back for 2 tens.
Johan, you require 20.
Big moments. Huge moment.
No score. Terry, you
Terry
require
Nash is like a
52.
cat with 9 lives this week. He's still in the
Shot
mix.
fourth leg,
It's
Terry
2-2,
Nash.
and he likes that.
Johan Engstrom cannot automatically qualify now.
Fifth leg is Johan to throw first. Game on.
Nash still just about can. The drama can't keep going on like this, can it?
It can.
140. $58.
So when I get you to do it, try and get the voice. It can. It can. No, lower, Henry, lower. It can.
45. $39.
Is HR listening?
They are.
Yeah, you got pay right.
96.
How is Terry Nash even still in this competition right now?
140.
Every game he just seems to have the highs and the lows.
I don't think there's anybody
100.
that will disagree with you, Glenn, when they say this has been absolutely incredible. Because it has.
85. Johan, you require 120.
120 for Engstrom. Can he just nestle away underneath? No is the answer.
60.
2 data left. Swede on the cusp.
139. Johan, you require 60.
He's done it again. He's made the Swede think. Big moments this time for Nash, and nothing he can do apart from hope. It's just the one data tops.
20.
Now this is where it all
require
changes.
40.
Nash gets this, he throws for a place.
Game
Nash
shot
does
in the
get it,
fifth
he
leg,
does throw
Terry
for a
Nash.
place.
Is that reaction of a player that knows the situation?
Sixth leg is
I think-
Terry to throw
I
first.
don't think so.
Game on.
If we're finding it difficult, I don't think that they'll have much recollection.
45.
Maybe Johan, but I'm not sure Terry's the type of player that looks too much into permutations, looks too much into what a certain result does to a certain thing. I think he's the type that just goes out there, beats his man, and see whether it's good enough.
137.
Once again, he started dreadfully in this leg. He just wants a colossal
60.
movement. He just needs a real big 11, 12 dart, and far from that. The scores are 45 and 60. The initiative back with Engstrom.
100.
Tons might be enough in this leg.
60.
Tons may be more than enough in this leg.
70 points clear plus these. Two 180s in this game for Engstrom. Well ahead. He needs 3 trebles.
133.
He's hanging in there, Henry.
This is a huge exchange. This is a huge dart. Needs to find a treble here, realistically.
43.
Cannot find it. Leaves himself only on 140.
99.
Big pick-off.
Johan, you
Big
require
pick-off for the last.
140.
Last start, Nash. Unbelievable. Don't bust it.
100. Terry,
This
you
not
require
only for the match,
104.
but this for qualification for Saturday night. Needs a treble.
60.
Did you see the
Johan, you
inhale and
require
exhale of
40.
breath there as he approached the board? He knew how important that was, and he may well be pegged back
Game
and
shot on
sent all the
leg,
way.
Johan Engstrom.
It means that the winner of this one, whoever it may be, is going to have to hang on. The loser of it will be heading off,
Seventh and
packing
final
their
leg is
bags,
Johan to throw
leaving the front
first.
door,
Game
leaving
on.
Portsmouth, not to return for the rest of the year.
One looks cool and calm. That Scandinavian feeling. Look at Nash's reaction when he's turned round.
140.
He's pacing up and down behind the player. But is it that the adrenaline that he needs right now? Because that's an
140.
excellent riposte.
Tell you what, there was some lean forward there, wasn't there?
Oh, he does a lot of movement. He actually walks with the dart. You can see him rocking and rolling in.
100.
Maybe that's where the consistency comes from.
60.
Advantage Sweden.
Well, it's not quite winner takes it all. But the loser will be more than standing small because they will be exiting the race.
140.
12 tons for Johan Engstrom in this game. Sometimes you don't need the power scoring,
140.
sometimes you just
Johan,
need
you require
consistent scoring.
121.
And now he has an opportunity to win this game for 1-2-1 checkout.
Treble 17. Nash will be back. I've labelled him
57.
cat
Terry,
with
you
9
require
lives.
161.
He has been nowhere near his best today. Can't find that worldie at the end.
60.
Not
Johan, you
enough.
require 64.
For this, for a 4-3 win, which puts him in tungsten purgatory, it would eliminate Terry Nash, and it would mean that Johan Engstrom would have to wait for the result of the final game to see what happens to him. It's going to be one dart at double top. He's missed a
24.
dart. He's
Terry,
missed
you
a dart to
require
win it.
101.
On the wire. The width of a wire. He needs a treble.
45.
Well, Terry Nash
Johan,
now
you
is in the
require
land of hope.
40.
And his hopes are reliant on Johan Engstrom missing 3 darts at double top. He had this group in his hands,
Game
and he
shot
has
and
let
the
it
match,
slip.
Johan Engstrom.
Terry Nash has been eliminated. Johan Engstrom lives to fight another game, but he's got no more games to play. He has to hope that the result of the final match goes his way to qualify through. There is raw emotion on that stage from Johan Engstrom. He's done his side of the bargain. He now has to wait and see what happens in the final game. The next one's a dead rubber between Damien Grimes and Richard McKee. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Johan Engstrom got the better of Terry Nash 4-3. Our penultimate game is a match between Damien Grimes and Richard McKee. This one, a dead rubber contest before the last one between Jim McEwan and Dan Hands. The situation in that particular game, I can update you on now. McEwan qualifies with a win and is out with a loss. Hands needs 2 legs to qualify, and he is aware of the situation. Johan Engstrom will qualify if McEwan wins 4-0 or 4-1, or if Dan Hands would go on to win. A lot of permutations in play when it comes to our
First leg is
final
Damien
game
to throw first.
of the group.
Game on.
That'll come up in around about 15 minutes time. But for both Damien Grimes and Richard McKee, their weeks will come to its final destination here.
60.
But who will be heading off the Super Series bus at their final stop, the happiest?
45.
That was the first game for the pair of them yesterday. It started so well, didn't it, for Damien Grimes, a 4-0 winner over the then favourite for the group, McKee.
96.
What a group.
It's been intriguing. It's certainly been intriguing, and we're going to have something of similar proportions a little bit
100.
later on tonight when Group B comes to its close. We're going to be live with you from 10 p.m. this evening, Kim, on Pluto TV for all the action. Should be an intriguing night's
134.
worth of tungsten tussling.
Are we going to go down to the wire in Group B, do you think?
Good question. Honest answer is I really don't know. I think there's a lot that could be in play. I think
133.
we'll see what Nick Jamie Kelling's in tonight. I think you'll see a better version of Steve West.
Yeah, how important was that last win late last night for Steve West against Bennett?
52.
That could be
Damien
the biggest one of his
requires
week.
78.
78 for Grimes. Double 12.
Game shot
Or
in the first
14
leg. Damien
data. He's had
Grimes.
moments as Damien Grimes. He is actually going to be back here tomorrow. He's going to be watching with his family in the crowd
Second leg is Richard to throw
for
first.
most of the week.
That's a nice touch.
Really nice guy when you get to meet Damien. Real down-to-earth fella.
140.
As you mentioned yesterday, he played in a local tournament and drew
81.
Simon Whitlock first round Wednesday.
And a good version of Simon Whitlock as well, of course, travelling out to Amsterdam. Small matter of Luke Littler for him tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
100.
Who won the competition?
Jimmy Van Schie.
$60.
Yeah, so Jimmy's picked up Group A glory and picked up a money in, money out title.
Did you play?
No, I didn't. No, I
100.
decided I just need a bit of time to get my confidence back. That vault really did. It really did damage me. It scarred me.
57. Richard, you require 161.
It was great. I loved it. I've never laughed so much in all my life.
So I'll be playing in another one in a few weeks' time. I'll send you the link.
43.
Should we be watching that over a cup of tea?
I follow you, actually, so whenever you play now, I get a link. The whole family gather round. This is the man who's really nasty to me.
85.
And give as
Richard,
good as
you
I
require
get.
118.
He could go treble 16. He done something similar yesterday on a finish. Treble 18 will be the shot now.
58.
There won't be many nerves on the Rocky, but let me tell you, in that final game, I don't care who you are, Jim, experience in the world, and Jim McEwan, there will be nerves.
95. Richard, you
So
require
this 60 for McKee levels this game up at 1 apiece.
Game shot in the second leg. Richard
From
McKee.
game 10 onwards, the games have just been so tight. 4-3, 4-2, 4-2, 4-3. And you just sense with this
Third leg
one,
is
maybe a
Damien
dead
to
rubber,
throw
but
first. Game on.
I think they're very similar in standards. And this one could also go the distance.
60.
Well, actually got a little bit of time in each other's company.
Yes, I must admit
77.
it's coming to the end, isn't it? Really I'm really genuinely excited to be working with Trina tomorrow night. Nothing, no, it's just, you know, to have royalty in the comms box, and yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to that.
137.
Someone who shows me respect, and we can talk about our world titles and have the understanding of what it's like to
60.
be up there, not with some university graduate who thinks he's someone, relies on ChatGPT.
And spreadsheets. Don't forget the spreadsheets.
I hope she asked me about 6th century Louth. I'm going to nail it.
59.
I am going to smash it.
Well, shall we have a look at some... There's a
45.
monastery in Louth, which was founded in the 6th century. What was the name of it?
Brian?
No, it's known as St. Mopta's House.
That was close.
There's another
39.
monastery called St. Mary's, which was built approximately 50 metres east, but lies in ruins after the dissolution of monasteries under the rule of King Henry
81.
VIII.
You'll be in ruins if you don't shut up.
And you know Henry VIII has a castle here, don't you?
58.
Ton 138.
100.
There's the ton.
Damien, you require 148.
Seen this already this week. But it was Grimes with that sensational big fish finish yesterday.
Oh, we saw it twice, didn't we, yesterday? Because
75.
we saw it
Richard, you
from Dan
require
Hands in the afternoon and
138.
JK in the evening.
Not to see today.
What's the greatest 138 you've ever seen, Glenn?
Oh, Keith Della.
58. Damien, you require 73.
Cam Crabtree will have words to say about that.
Luke Humphreys as Grimes looks at tops.
Game
What a
shot in the
dart,
third
what a
leg.
finish.
Damien Grimes.
I've enjoyed his performances this week. It was one of the questions I
Well,
asked
there
Terry
is
Nash at the
Richard
beginning of
to
the day,
throw
the
first.
camaraderie between, they said, Glenn, it's been a brilliant group. And you just saw the smiles between the pair of them. Their friendships are made even at the Modus Super.
95.
It is business when they get on the hockey. But, you know, they'll share time, they'll become friends, and that was just a nice touch at the end.
Friends on stage, friends in the commentary box.
85.
Where are we going for dinner?
I've got a pot noodle. I need my rest.
140.
I'm forced to work
85.
with you in here. I have a choice whether I want to go for tea with you. I'll leave that with you.
Well, that means I just have to spend my money on
59.
somebody else for tea, isn't it?
Where's your best friend, Owen Binks?
He's at Coldplay. For the 12th time this
95.
week.
Advantage McKee.
97.
No 180s in this game so far. And when you see 236, The score of 56 would look inviting.
92. Richard, you require
That
110.
last treble just keeps him involved. It's advantage McKee to go level. Options of treble 18 or bullseye. 72 points left.
58. Damien, you require 144.
Does it go, Henry?
No,
Come on, Damien.
it definitely doesn't go.
Come on, Damien.
No chance.
120. Richard, you require 52.
That would have been the greatest finish you've ever seen here.
Game shot in the fourth leg. Richard McKee.
Super darts. Played in a wonderful spirit.
Fifth leg, it's Damien to throw first. Game on.
Who goes through then, Henry? Come on.
140.
You can give us an answer. Get off that fence.
$95.
I'm gonna go Hans and Engstrom.
Wow. I thought the
85.
experience of McEwan in the situation, he just has to win the game, James. I think it's easy for him, which sounds madness when you know your opponent knows he's through if he only needs 3 points.
140.
Nothing to separate these two. But it does feel like the hors d'oeuvre ready for the main course.
But I wouldn't be surprised if McEwan pulls it off.
Well, you can't say that now. Come on,
60.
Henry.
I'm not a pundit. I'm a commentator. I'm the PXP.
Well, act like one then. Close your computer and commentate.
96.
Ironically, I need my computer to commentate. It's got my stats on it. You know, the automatically populated ones.
This is wonderful. Absolutely
180.
magnificent.
Richard, you require 170.
This has been a superb game.
Well, the 170 isn't going to go. Damien Grimes returns to 36
60.
to
Damien,
open up a 3-2 lead in the contest. To go one away from the victory post. And it goes 13 dart, a really good leg, 3-2 Grimes. Now, I just had a message from a player that we've had here at the Super Series, Jamai van den Herik,
Game on.
who's watching this afternoon. Very good afternoon to you, Jamai.
55.
I mean, the message said, Henry, shut up, but still, thank you, thank you. It didn't really. And of course, you do want to get in touch with us. You can do. It's at MSS Darts,
100.
our social media feeds on X, Facebook, Instagram, and we are TikToking these days. You can see plenty of great content on our TikTok channel. It's not my cup of tea. Is it your cup of tea, TikTok?
This is my cup of tea. Because this is a really solid game from Damien Grimes. 92.79 at the moment.
99.
This man was a player of first 2 games. Lost 4-0, 4-0.
57.
He's bounced back nicely despite losing the next one 4-1. He played so much better than an excellent win over Terry Nash. This would be his average
91.
of Group C.
Saving his best for last. It's been a fun week having Damien here.
135.
Yeah, I get the
Richard,
sense that
116.
he'll benefit from the week. He will benefit if McKee can't check out in this 116, but he's got an opportunity. It's double 18.
98. Damien, you require 69.
Needs for the win.
Options. Well, we labelled it a dead rubber, but it's been far from that. It's been a match full of quality. And a lot from Damien Grimes.
37. Richard, you require 18.
Well, I'll be going all the way.
Don't hit the big 9. Now he can. He's got to be aggressive.
No score. Damien, you require 32.
Well, these two eventually finish it off. 32 points required for Damien Grimes
Game
to
start and the match,
complete
Damien
a 4-2
Grimes.
win and to finish his campaign with an average in excess of 90, 4 from 7 in terms of the doubling. A decent display from Damien Grimes to win his campaign. All comes down to the final match. Jim McEwan and Dan Hands is next.
$54. Charlie McEwan, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Final game of the group between Dan Hands and Jim McEwan. And there's still plenty in play when it comes to this final match. In terms of the permutations in this final game, there is a bit of a simplicity in terms of the winner will get themselves into the Saturday night final. McEwan will qualify, has to beat him to do so, but if he does, he will. Dan Hands requires 3 legs against Jim McEwan to do exactly that. Whereas Johan Engstrom qualifies if any Dan Hands win, or if Jim McEwan wins by a margin of 4-0, 4-1 or 4-2. So effectively, the only scoreline that sends Johan Engstrom home is a 4-3 win for Jim McEwan. So Johan effectively is the player sat best poised right now. But my word, will he be watching on nervously?
Yeah, incredible. I think that pretty much sums it up, doesn't it? Just the one result that Engstrom doesn't want. So he has to say sat pretty, but that makes me go all the way back to the Grand Slam of darts, that type of thing where it's out of your hands. Out of your hands. See what I did there, Hitch?
Ah, yes.
And this is where I've had disagreements. I don't know if it's with you, Henry. I've had disagreements elsewhere, but I would genuinely rather be in the position of Jim McEwan right now, where I just have to focus on winning the
First
game.
leg, it's Jim to throw first.
And not the nonsense
Game
in my
on.
mind that I only need 3 legs. I think there's a real psychology thing there where people disagree with what I'm saying there.
Johan Engstrom is going to endure the longest 20 minutes of his life right now, isn't he?
83.
Well, we had a game earlier with Dan Hans where we were looking at the quickest game ever. At 5 minutes 38.
I feel like an eternity in that back room, waiting, wondering whether he will be the player that prevails. He'll just hope that somebody just goes absolutely nuts.
135.
Everybody knows what the situation is. It's not one of them where
180.
there's an uncertainty. Everybody knows what they have to do.
Well, if it's the scoreline from yesterday, it was Jim McEwan 4, Dan Hans 2, meaning Dan Hans would be out and Engstrom and McEwan going through to Saturday night. I think Dan Hans would be a good addition to a Saturday night. I think he's got
59.
that explosiveness, that dynamic game that he has. I mean, like I said, when you watch him do this,
123.
I'm asking you want it more and more. Looking good for a breaker throw unless McEwan can do something similar.
He has X Factor, doesn't he? And I think there's a lot of edges that maybe need to be tidied up. But if he does that, there's certainly a player there. I mean, we've seen already this year
45.
Challenge Tour
Dan, you
finalist.
require
So this for the
98.
break of throw and potentially 11 darter on the McEwan darts. You can get it done in 15 if he so wants. But had a bit of a
43.
slip for the last.
Yeah, I have no problem with that last start. He just had to avoid the treble. We've seen Andy Hamilton in them circumstances go for the small 20. We've seen people go for the treble 12. But all of a sudden, he does this so well.
133.
But that's not a bad thing for Hans. He knows now it's now or never. 1 leg at a time, big number double.
But McEwan is in a similar spot if he misses.
35.
And he does, and McEwan given an opportunity, and these are the types of
46.
chances that he has made a career out of mopping up.
You don't feel that McEwan misses in this situation.
Game
There's
shot in the
just
first
the
leg.
difference.
Jim McEwan.
Skills-wise, Dan Hans every single time.
Second leg, it's
Great
Dan to throw
tenacity,
first.
fight,
Game on.
under pressure. Jim McEwan every time.
100.
Here's another argument for mindset. Hold your throw throughout the game. Both players go through.
Johan Engstrom will be pleading that doesn't happen.
41.
You mentioned that play with the 60. Bradley
96.
Brooks does go for treble 12 double chop, but actually it's not for the reason that you so think. Yes, his darts stand up to attention, but he has an absolute hatred for tops. That's why he'll go for the treble 12. Double 10's his favourite double on the board, but he doesn't like the double prior to it.
Yeah, double 10 was my worst as a player.
100.
James Wade, not wanting to think a double. That's what we're dealing with at the moment. Incredible.
55.
That an indication, but it's a case of we'll kind of know a lot more in a few legs' time as to how close we are to the land being laid. McEwan, if he can find another treble here, is in a very good spot to break.
81.
Remember, he won the first leg when Hans had a couple of darts to get the break. He got off to a quick fire, rapid
100.
start, did the tap man. But the tap man turned a bit more into the scat man when it came to the doubles.
$99.
Good last start with 6 darts and 150.
$86.
Excellent dart, but he's left that type of finish where you know you're going to get an opportunity. You really fancy Dan at the moment. If you give Jim McEwan a 64 finish, you're almost like this is going to go. It's almost like the strength of the leg for is Dan at the beginning and McEwan at the end.
Daniel requires 64.
Well, it's that typical game of big score against a great finisher. What meets in the middle?
44.
Do not be surprised if
require
this goes.
120.
I think Engstrom will be spinning on his back if this goes. That's awkward. Is there even consideration for Bulbul? For a deserved 1-1, you feel? Dan Hans has scored extremely well in this match.
Game shot in the second leg. Dan Hans.
With every single leg, he moves a step closer. 2 more needed to progress through to tomorrow night's
Third
final
leg
for
is
Dan
Jim
Hans.
to throw first. Game on.
It was another Scot that beat Dan Hans in that challenge to a
60.
final, wasn't it?
Yeah, Scott Campbell, weekly winner this year. Champions Week semi-finalist this year. Lost to the eventual champion.
54.
Jensen Walker in Series 10. Beat Samuel Spivey in the final. Seaside Sam. Not to be confused with other nicknames.
100. $100.
It's not going to plan for Engstrom, is it, right now? We could get to the bare bones here, really, where anything can happen with 3-6 darts. We could have different players going through.
134.
From the most madness group here to the chaotic group C. And group B to come tonight. This is why we love the Super Series.
100.
Well, you just get a feel with matches, don't you? And the feel you get with this one is this is going all the way. This is a typical old school match play type game where they are following each other dart for dart, visit for visit. And it does feel as if every single dart right now is
65.
like an event. Every single dart completely changes the complexion of things. It's not one player completely running away with a leg and someone catching up towards the line. They are following each other from 501 down.
96. Jim, you require 142.
This time it's Dan Hans whose last dart has really benefited him. But it's advantage Jim McEwan right now. He'll stay there. For a double top. Supreme.
Shot the third leg.
Beautiful
Jim
dart
McEwan.
from Jim McEwan. He's looking good for qualification. He needs to win this match, remember.
Fourth leg is Dan to
Is that
throw
the dart that
first.
chucks Chucky into tomorrow night to 142? He found a big finish yesterday. Did McEwan at a timely moment. It was the 144, wasn't it?
125.
He's done so again with the 142. It's only it's Dan who's hands down.
$59.
It's going with throw. Just saying.
140.
If it ends 4-3 McEwan, sorry, if it ends 4-2 McEwan, and Dan Hans heads out, he'll be looking back at the first leg and the opportunities he missed there.
when you're losing out by one leg. He's going to look at various games where that will be a tough one to take. However, it doesn't go through.
Well, this leg, he's got a sizable lead as Dan Hans.
41.
Only 41, but realistically, it's a maximum score where McEwan can really pounce and punish.
I'd like to see Jim just get them darts out a little bit quicker, in a sense that he's not even getting behind Dan Hans and he's already back at the hockey again. He's not even giving himself any time whatsoever.
125.
Just watch. By the time he gets there, Dan's thrown these 3 darts. Not even behind him yet.
133.
62 left after 12 to level up at 2-2. Quality leg this on Dan Hans. When he needed it the most, when he was hit by a sucker punch from his opponent in the previous.
Yeah, this is really exciting.
37. Dan, you require 62.
Treble 10. He's growling, he's snarling.
Game
and he's
shot in the fourth leg,
2-2.
Dan Hans.
A timely 14 darter. And so here we go. The huge
Fifth leg
moment.
is Jim to throw first.
Dan
Game up.
Hans wins one more leg, he's through. Jim McEwan wins the game, he's through. That is the simplicity of the scenario right now. And for Johan Engstrom, he must be pacing up and down that practice room at this present moment in time.
Well, we said Engstrom was the one who was sat pretty. Right now, you have to say Dan Hans is the one who sat pretty.
134.
Are we about to say if McEwan wins this leg, he's the one sat crazy darts?
Well, if we opened up a sports book right now, Dan Hans would be the favourite, Johan would be at seconds, and Jim McEwan would be the outsider third, but that could flip-flop very quickly.
82.
Yeah, well, quite simply, it'll flip-flop if McEwan wins this leg. And he hasn't started it great. And his young opponent
125.
is battering that treble 20. But if you just watch Jim, he's not getting time. He's not getting time to reflect. He's not getting time to just assess the situation. I don't think it's suiting his game. Superb.
He's one of those players that's just almost impossible to shake off at times.
He's the best at it. He really is.
He's not afraid to scrap away. He's not afraid to chip away. He's not afraid to do things regardless of the circumstances. He's averaging 85 at the moment, but it's the doubling.
43.
2 from 3, but that's a slip. That is a slip.
147.
That's not us. I mean, that was just unlucky. What a dart that is. Treble 17.
77. Jim, you require 145.
Crucial moment, Sage.
Imagine if this goes. It's not going to, and so Dan has his sights in his hands. 70 points away from the first qualification.
85.
Again, just the last
Dan
dart.
requires 70.
This leg's not over because there's that type of finish again. What a dart. Dan Hans is our second player through to Saturday night. He knew exactly what he had to do. We are down to the scenario now. Jim McEwan has to win this game to qualify. Johan Engstrom will benefit if Dan Hans wins it.
58.
You've seen every session. This must be one of the nail biters.
Group C, when it is tight, is the most dramatic group. It's one of those where it treads either side of excitement
60.
or damp squib. Because sometimes two players can race away, and sometimes if we're going to be honest, it's not always a great watch. But this has been the antithesis of that, where every single dart has changed every single
96.
circumstance.
And what's dangerous for Jim McEwan right now, you've now got a relaxed Dan Hans. Imagine throwing a dart all week for Jim.
60.
Yes, the Group A didn't go to plan, but he's always been there or thereabouts. Round about game 5 today, looked the best player out the 6. could be moments away that Jim McEwan does not qualify for Saturday night.
45.
However,
That's an opening. That is a gilt-edged opening which he has to exploit. He's been broken. He needs to break back. If he hits a 140, this typifies Jim McEwan as a player.
140.
His opponent makes a mistake, and he is in to pounce.
100.
That's a huge last start, though, for Dan.
trading blows. So good.
Gutsy.
Good word.
That is huge, and that means that McEwan now has to take the 101 or he's gone potentially.
On the edge of the seat here in the comms box. Big one. 40 points. We are going the distance.
Jim McEwan.
Incredible.
Seventh and final leg.
Stunning.
Jim to throw first. Game up.
It's a one-leg shootout. But Dan Hans is playing for Johan Engstrom right now.
One scenario that Engstrom could not qualify. A 4-3 result to Jim McEwan.
96.
And right now that's the favourite scoreline. Because Jim McEwan has the dart. He's opened up with a single treble.
And Dan is dropping a few low. That's the tail of the tape right now. McEwan he doesn't care about the table. Doesn't care about the table because effectively that's an irrelevance to him now. It's just win this leg he's in.
Can I offer something else to you? Dan Hans, if he loses this leg, Jim McEwan wins the group.
97.
Dan Hans plays Jimmy Van Schie first game tomorrow night. If he wins the leg and stays at the top, he avoids Jimmy Van Schie.
100.
This is gutsy, classy, all the superlatives under the sun.
162.
We saw this from Adam Gavlas to win a week in the previous series.
Require 146.
This is to send him through. He's got 6. He's going to need the quota.
I
was about to say rock solid. But as he sees that winning line, he has fluffed his lines and he won't like it when he turns round.
Jim, you require 118.
That was so near the maximum.
Has Jim McEwan got Dan Hans' number and a place in the final as a result? It's a dart at tops to qualify. It'd be a third ton plus checkout in the game.
78.
And that's a qualification dart gone.
Dan, you require 136.
Will he be back? Is it another worldie? It's not. Jim McEwan, rock
58.
solid,
Jim, you require
has the opportunity.
40.
He chucks for a place in Saturday night. He finished bottom of Group
Game
A,
shot and the
but
match,
he's going
Jim
to
McEwan.
finish top of Group C, and he is going to make it through to another Saturday night. Johan Engstrom, the sweet ferret, departs us. It was the only scoreline which could see him eliminated. Jim McEwan puffs his cheeks in relief because the former champion is through to tomorrow night's final with all the guts and now all the glory. A 4-3 win, Glendowen. Goodness me, that game had ebbs and flows.
Return of the Mac. It really was, because Jim McEwan, he showed absolutely all the attributes that's taken him to the very top of the game. It was a superb performance. Dan Hans did his job, And, you know, he had the darts at 3-2 to send Jim McEwan out, but he showed everything what he's all about. He was solid as a rock throughout. It's never dazzling, it's never scintillating, but it was so seamless. Look how tight that was. I mean, Terry Nash was top second throughout, and then Jim McEwan goes on to lead it, Henry.
5 players separated by just 2 points in that group. It's as tight a group as you could get. It was a replication of Group A, if the truth be told. Johan Engstrom will feel heart-wrenched. Dan Hand and Jim McEwan will feel ecstatic.
No, it's an incredible one. He will be heartbroken, Johan Engstrom. He said he was going to qualify, but Johan Engstrom misses out by the smallest of margins. What an incredible Group C.
As Ian Smith famously said, by the barest of margins, and it really was that kind of group. Well, plenty coming up across Pluto TV. An audience of Phil Taylor follows in a few moments' time. And then we're going to be back tonight from 10 p.m. as Group B comes to a close. It's Lewis Gurney that leads the pack in that particular group. Dan Hands, well, he'll be a relieved man. He'll be playing tomorrow night as part of the finals night bill alongside Jim McEwan and Jimmy Van Schie. And then we get underway on Monday morning for week 3. Jamie Lewis, who played so well last time yet got no fortune. He will be back for another tilt of the title. From Glenn Durham and myself, Henry Deacon, thank you so much for your company this afternoon. We'll see you from 10 o'clock tonight. Until then, take care. Bye-bye for now.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Yes! What a finish! The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is that shot wins week 6. Maximum checkout. He's done it.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series